Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, June 7th. Just a reminder that this is a Committee of the Whole meeting. There'll be no final decisions made here today. These will be recommendations that will go to the Council meeting on June 21st. Welcome to members of the public who are in our first open and available to come in by appointment only for deputations and such. We have a little bit of a hybrid setting today. Some are by Zoom on their deputations and some are here in person, which is really, really nice to see. So just a note for those of you that are here from the public, if you have to leave after your deputation, feel free to get up and go anytime you have to leave. If you're going to sit and wait for a report discussion later on in the agenda, you're welcome to stay. We just ask, because City Hall is still under renovations, that you just sort of leave the way you come in, if you don't mind, but don't feel obligated to sit here for the next 4 hours if you've got something else that you need to do. We've got a lot on our plate today, so welcome everybody. Can I get a motion, please, for the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Helmsley and Dunn, all in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Councillor Vail?
Yes, I'm going to disclose pecuniary interest in item 7.7 as one of the homes that Ms. Turner is proposing adding to the list of heritage properties on the register is my home.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Deputations. We'll move right into item 4, which is deputations. We have 7 deputations today, which is great. I'll just remind everybody respectfully that you have 5 minutes, and then we'll see if there's any questions from council. Our first deputation is a Zoom deputation regarding access to a proposed ExploreNet Communications Tower at site at 892 Cambrai Road, and that is relating to item 7.6 on our agenda. Ms. Sarah Duncan from Forbes Brothers, I believe, is joining us. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Mayor Latham. Thank you very much.
Yep, we can hear you, so just go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Latham and Council. My name is Sarah Duncan, and I'm here representing ExploreNet Communications today in regards to a tower that's being proposed at 892 Cambrai Road. As you're aware, ExploreNet has been developing extensively in Kawartha Lakes, probably about 14 or 15 sites I've been working on with the planning department in the last year. So we are really trying to improve connectivity within the municipality. The reason I'm here today is that we are hoping for support from council in regards to using an existing right-of-way that would go from 1030 Cambrai Road down to the proposed tower site, which is actually on 892 Cambrai Road. We've been working with the planning department and roads to try and find a solution to get access. However, we've hit a number of, I guess, roadblocks, for lack of a better term, in trying to find a route that is acceptable to everyone. The options suggested today by the planning department in the report that you have all show access from South 892 going up into the proposed site. The first option of option 1 would be within the ministry's area that is on the private landowner's property. This area is considered a buffer area in their developments. They like to maintain it in its natural state. Building a road this route, or not even a road, but cutting an access to get to the site would require over 200 meters of tree removal. Not something that we would like to do. We'd like to maintain that natural environment. Also, the ministries would prefer that we stay out of that area. The reason for the tower is being approved in that location is because of its minor footprint. The second option of direct access from Cambrai Road, we did conduct a site visit with Kawartha Lakes staff as well as an ExploreNet construction manager. There is such a significant elevation change from Cambrai Road over to the site that building an access there would be just unfeasible and financially make the site unviable. The other, I guess, two options that are identified from the south, while there is the existing right-of-way there, it is overgrown. It would require significant clearing. We also don't want to put more work onto the landowners of working around a buy and sell agreement to take over the right-of-way portion. Our hope was that we could use the existing right-of-way that comes from 1030 Cambry down to 892. It's significantly wide. It's wide enough for the construction vehicles. Post-construction, we would only be there 1 to 2 times a year using a pickup truck just to make sure everything's operating. Similar use as to Hydro One accessing the site. So I don't see that as an option here today, but hopefully that's something that can be further discussed with council or the planning department. As the report and the information that I provided to you, I think that using the existing right-of-way is something that would be least impactful to the environment. We would stay well away from the water wells, not have any impact there, and we would be more than willing to enter into a agreement with the municipality. We've done that in many other municipalities for road use. So I hope that today council could discuss the option of coming from the north down to the site. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll just get a motion to receive your deputation and the correspondence that you sent in as well, and then we'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Vail, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any questions for the deputant regarding Councillor Dunn? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 5 different options. So you want option number 1? That's your preferred option?
I guess if you're looking at my information that was provided in our package,
Okay, I'm looking
it's
at the
the one
report.
The option that they're looking for is not in the report.
It's not one of the
No,
options
it's
that
not
we
one of the
currently
options
have.
in the
Okay, all
report.
right.
This is
That's
a
why-
separate option.
That's
so
why I
yeah.
can't find it.
Yep. Yeah,
No.
we can ask that question when we get to the report. Councillor Vail?
Thanks, and thanks, Sarah, for the deputation. I just want to touch on one thing. Your company's access to the tower, I think you already stated, you only need access 1 or 2 times per year, correct?
Through the mayor to you, Councillor Vail, yes, that's correct.
Thanks, that's all I need. I'll speak to the report when we get to it, and I have a recommendation that'll bring forward.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you tell us why staff aren't in favor of allowing Xplornet to use the existing right-of-way?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure why the northern route is not presented here today. It was the final option that was discussed on site when we looked at going direct from Cambrai Road to the tower site. So I think there's concern about it not following the appropriate bylaw that is in place for using road right-of-way. And the northern route, I know there was some concern regarding the water wells that are in the area, but we have researched where they're located and can avoid that.
Okay, thank you. And is there any option to move the tower anywhere else on the property to make access a little less controversial, for lack of a better word, while still staying on the same property? Is there any other sites that might work on that existing property?
To you, Mayor Latham, we have been discussing with the property owner and also the gravel pit operators. They do have plans to expand right up to the buffer area and utilize their entire parcel. So at this point, they do not want us located anywhere where there will be future operations.
Thank you, Sarah. And I just want to add that we appreciate your company's investment in our community to get better cell phone, better broadband and all that. So I know it's a big priority for our residents, so we certainly, I know there's been a lot of towers coming through, and our staff have been working great, I think, with some of the expedited approvals to get those approvals to you guys as quick as possible, among others. So I appreciate you being here. Councillor Vail, you had a follow-up?
I just wanted to touch on your question as to why it's not an option for staff. My understanding in discussion with Ian Walker about this is it goes back to staff's policy for towers that the entranceway be owned by the property owner or whatever. So I think it's that policy that is in this case a one-off, and again, I'll speak to it at the report.
Sounds good. Thank you. Any other questions for our deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you for joining us today, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Latham and Council.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 4.2, which is another Zoom deputation, a request regarding a vacant dock space in Thurstonia relating to item 7.5 on the agenda. Mrs. Salvana Pacelli.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can
Hi,
hear-
hi. My name is Mrs. Pacelli. Good afternoon to all. I live at 31 Pavilion Road in Dunsford. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
we can
good.
hear you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
my screen is doing strange things. Okay, I moved in there in 2017, and we were assigned a spot on the lake, 06-062. When we went and looked at this spot, my husband is handicapped. He has a walker and many other aids. I requested if we could possibly change it to something closer to my home there. Now, I realize this is what everybody wants, but there was a spot right at the end of our road, and it's right next to someone named Dougie. Everybody said they'd know who that was. And every time I called the Realtor department, Christine Oliver, I think is who I spoke to, I was told that nothing was being done at that time. And I could call back in November or in the spring, which I did for 4 years. And then when I called back this year, I was given the news that I don't have the spot anymore because I didn't build on the original spot, which was 06062. But I was told I had 5 years to build. So 5 years isn't up yet. And I wasn't going to build on a spot that I was hoping to have changed to make it easier for my husband to access it. So basically that's my 5 minutes. I'm just wondering why I never received any communication back. It was always me calling the township, and nobody ever got back to me at all.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. I'll just get a motion to receive.
Thank
We'll see
you.
if there's any questions for
Thank
you.
you for listening.
Yeah, Councillor Dunn and Councillor O'Reilly. Are there any questions for the deputant? We have a report later on our agenda. We can have a discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for listening to me. Have a nice afternoon.
You too. Thank you. Item 4.3 is another Zoom deputation, the Yellow Ribbon Animal Bite Awareness Campaign. Richard Ovcharovich, hope I pronounced that okay, is the manager at the Health Protection Division in Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit. Richard.
Good afternoon, Mayor Latham and Council. I do have a quick presentation. I'm not sure if I can run that. Would that be okay?
No, if we don't, do we have it? Have we received it ahead of time?
No.
Then I prefer you just did a deputation, Richard. We need that information ahead of time, please.
Not a problem. Not a problem. As introduced, my name is Richard Ovcharovich. I'm the manager for the Health Protection Division, and I do deal with the rabies program or animal bite program. In the last 3 years, we've had a significant increase in the number of animal bite incidents in HKPR, including City of Kawartha Lakes. And as a result, we are looking at, we've introduced a couple campaigns, one of them being the Yellow Ribbon campaign. This is more of a visual kind of campaign It was originally started, it's an international campaign. It was originally started in the States as the Yellow Dog Project. And what it is, it's individuals that have animals for a variety of different reasons that they should not be petted. Either they're in training and need to focus on the task at hand, or they're old, grumpy. They could be after surgery, or they could be rescue animals that are more skittish or aggressive animals. So it's a very simple thing of tying a ribbon to the leash to have more of a visual to the general public that this particular animal needs space. So we've started this campaign. It's a multi-media campaign. We started it earlier on, about a month ago, and we've developed a number of resources. There's a full campaign on our website, and there's also a number of promotional items that we've developed as well. What I'm hoping for is to partner with the City of Kawartha Lakes on this campaign, and the 4 items that I would like to present is, number one, if I could have support from the city to share the information on your website. You can link directly to the HKPR Health Unit. Number 2, we've developed these window clings. They're stickers, but they're not really stickers with an adhesive. And we would like to see if it'd be possible to have them placed in municipal vehicles, including fire, police, ambulance, and other municipal vehicles. Same window clings, we would recommend having them placed in the windows or doors, entrance doors to municipal buildings, as well as libraries and any other buildings that the municipality has ownership of. And also distribution of some of the free promotional items, such as the yellow ribbon information cards. We have some dog poop bags that can be distributed with the messaging at the municipal licensing locations where dog licenses are purchased. There was a similar kind of campaign that was done when I worked in Fort McMurray, Alberta, and the municipality participated with that, and it was quite successful. And lastly, just to kind of provide some reason why I kind of indicated at the beginning that there was a significant number of animal bites. The animal bites have jumped from about 400 to about 600 for the last 3 years. And we're about 70% of those animal bites are by canines or dogs. So that's all I have, and I look forward to positive response. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. We'll just get a motion here, and we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley, are you okay with a motion to receive and that staff work with the health unit on supporting this initiative? I know there's some things we're probably allowed and not allowed to do, but I think that, you okay with that? And Kathleen, or Councillor Seymour Fagan, you'll second that? Thank you. Are any questions for the deputant? Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thank you, Richard, for your presentation. You did some presentations in schools as well to try and educate the youngsters about how to approach a dog or not approach a dog that's on a leash or otherwise. And have you been able to get to all the schools in HKPR, or are there still some outstanding?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Endley. We've done a significant amount of schools last year. We've provided the same request to get into the schools this year. We've been to about 3 schools in the City of Kawartha Lakes, and the rest of the schools for this year has been mostly from Northumberland region that have reached out to us. So we are still open to providing those presentations. It's a different part of the campaign. It's the Keep Bites at Bay that teaches kids on when to approach animals, when not to approach, and how to approach those animals to limit the number of animal bites.
Thank you. And just one follow-up. You say the program ran in Fort McMurray. Do you have any indication of how successful it was? Like you're talking between 400 and 600 bites. What degree did that reduce by?
Yeah, that was a different program altogether. I was referring more about the placement of the stickers on the vehicles with respect to that program. It was the Eyes and Ears program, where we was trying to inform rural residents of contacting any vehicle or any individual that had that sticker when they saw incidents or they had issues with something that was not legally done. So it wasn't related to the animal bites. It was more of a public safety kind of a promotion. But the process of adding those window cling stickers to the municipal vehicles was the part that I was trying to address here.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, and through you. Thank you, Richard, for this, because I know that COVID, with all the lockdowns, a lot of these animals have not been socialized. So I've seen it in Bobcaygeon, and, you know, they're called COVID puppies. So I know that that's probably why you've had the increase in the dog bites. People got puppies, and they have not been able to be socialized. And I know that there's been a huge boom in people purchasing puppies over the last couple of years. So, you know, I didn't even know about the yellow ribbon, and I've got dogs myself, and everyone's bringing their dogs into Bobcaygeon constantly. So thank you.
Richard, when you were talking earlier in your presentation about Grumpy, I wasn't sure if you meant the dogs or the owners. So I'm glad you clarified that with the campaign. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive and that staff work with the health unit on implementing the program. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Take care. Okay, we'll move down to item 4.4. Our next deputation is an in-person deputation. You're the first off the beat in a couple of years. Janice Jones-Skinner is here, relating to stray and feral cats, relating to item 7.1 on the agenda. Welcome, Janice. Just a reminder, again, 5 minutes, please. And if I just get you to push, there should be a button there to turn your microphone on.
Oh, okay, so sorry. I pressed that. Is that any good? Okay. Mayor Latham and Council, my name is Janice Jones-Skinner, and I am the chairperson of the Kawartha Lakes Community Cats Trap Neuter Return Committee, which consists of the Executive Director of the Humane Society of Kawartha Lakes, Shelter Manager from HSKL, former Shelter Manager of HSKL, 3 board members of HSKL, and 5 citizens from various areas of the City of Kawartha Lakes. All committee members have taken the Community Cats Toronto Trap Neuter Return Manage course. I'm here to speak in support of report number ML 2022-001 Stray and Feral Cats, prepared by Aaron Sloan, and to request that option 2 be approved. Some history to the issue in question. My husband, Richard Skinner, and I were the founding president and secretary of the Victoria County branch of the OSPCA in 1986. During the time we were in office until the property on McLaughlin Road was purchased, we fielded many calls day and night for injured and stray animals. The majority of the calls were in regards to stray cats. The issue of stray and feral cats has arisen several times over the past few decades and has been brought before City Council by various individuals. It is a difficult issue to come to grips with, how to effectively and humanely deal with the thousands of stray and feral cats that exist within the city, formerly Victoria County, and that HSKL has been the receiver of. 2 years ago, a group of people who have the passion to solve the problem of strays and ferals in the City of Kawartha Lakes came together to form Kawartha Lakes Community Cats TNRM Committee. We have already been active with trapping and saving cats and kittens, finding suitable placements for them in barns, workshops, factories, or socialized enough in homes. The people on the committee who have been doing the trapping spent much of their own money transporting the cats to and from the Toronto Humane Society, as we are able to have the cats spayed, neutered, vaccinated, ear-tipped, and microchipped for free. They have housed the cats in their own homes, heated garages, and have fostered mother cats and kittens, working on socializing them to hopefully place them in homes or other suitable venues. There has been some money donated to the committee through the Humane Society of Kawartha Lakes donation section. Those funds are being used to pay for food, litter, gas, medications, cleaning supplies, crates, traps, etc. The women doing the trapping are being very careful to not deplete this finite amount of money and are likely still not claiming their full expenses as they are doing the work from a compassionate stance. To date, they have had over 200 cats and kittens vetted and returned to colonies or adopted with the assistance of the HSKL or other TNRM groups working within Kawartha Lakes. Bobcaygeon Friends of Ferals, now closed, is proof that TNR works. Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls have seen a reduction of strays and ferals through attrition since their first spay in 2014, having helped almost 1,000 cats and kittens. They did this with tens of thousands of their own dollars and with the help of local vets who gave them reduced rates for spays and neuters. The pandemic has created serious setbacks with assisting animals. There is a huge backlog for veterinary appointments for spaying and neutering, on top of other veterinary needs. The HSKL has found this to be the case for many months, with animals surrendered or brought in stray. Even the clinic at OSPCA Newmarket, which used to be able to do large numbers at a time, has been unreliable. The Toronto Humane Society used to do mass trappings, but during the pandemic have not been able to. Usually they take a couple of cats at a time, so this means more trips with less animals to THS. COVID outbreaks among their staff means postponed appointments. The women doing the trapping have a waiting list, answering calls from farmers, citizens of Kawartha Lakes, businesses, trailer parks, and nursing homes. I cannot stress this enough, that the numbers of stray and feral cats is a human problem, not a cat problem. Included in our mandate is to educate and build awareness among cat owners and colony caregivers about the many resources available for a TNRM program and colony management, and educate the public about the benefits of a TNRM program. I encourage City Council to support the proposed partnership between the City and our committee. We are offering a viable solution, but need the funds to continue the program. It has worked in many municipalities to reduce the feral cat population. We will only see concrete results after a few years, after monitoring the numbers of cats in colonies and the numbers coming through the doors of the HSKL. In Aaron's proposal, cats will not be allowed to be at large in urban settings and will need to be licensed. Both of these regulations will enhance the idea of cats having value. Our committee supports this. While I am here making a deputation to ask for support of this partnership, I am requesting that Council consider creating an Animal Care Advisory Committee that will look at over existing bylaws relating to animals and recommend changes as needed. Oshawa has such a committee, and it works very well. Thank you for listening to my deputation.
Thank you. I'll get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's some questions. Councillor Seymour Fagan, Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. And thank you, Janice. I know we've spoken over the years. Now, you said only 2 years. It's been longer than that that you've been working on.
Our committee in 2 years. Yes, we have been. It's been a process over time discussed at the Humane Society, and it was attempted at one time, but just without the volunteers and to a real viable process to follow. It just never got off the ground. So we just
Okay, great. Thank you, because I know it's
has
been
been longer. Yeah.
it's been much longer than that you've been working on this, because I know we've spoken over the years, and I've seen it work in Bobcaygeon. So thank you for everything that you've done. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Yeah, just similar. Thanks very much, Janice, for the work you've done in the community. It's very important work. And all the other volunteer organizations you belong to as well. The Oshawa Committee is formed. Is there a certain size of a municipality? Are there larger municipalities that usually have these committees, or are there any size? one size fits all, or?
I think once, I can't answer that. The next deputant is Martin Field. He is on that committee in Oshawa, and will be speaking to this same report. And he could possibly explain that a little bit more, but it is I understand, it's a partnership between councillors, other rescue organizations, anybody that wants to represent them, plus Oshawa Animal Services, and are involved, and they meet and discuss if there's any changes to bylaws needed and anything that new that comes up. That's what I understand, but Martin could probably answer that a little bit more clearly.
Thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much, Janice. Appreciate it. I'll just ask council when you have a question if you'll push your wait button. It's easier for me on here than trying to catch your hand. Let me just turn the podium off. We go down to our next deputation is item 4.5, stray and feral cats, relating to item 7.1 on the agenda. Mr. Martin Field is zooming in. Mr. Field?
Yes, hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor Latham and members of Committee of the Whole. Thank you for having me delegate. My name is Martin Field, and I'm here to voice support for the recommendations contained within Staff Report 2022-001, prepared by the Manager of Bylaw Enforcement Services, specifically that option 2 be approved. I currently sit on the City of Oshawa Animal Care Advisory Committee since its formation in January 2020. Also, during the past 8 years, I have been involved with advocating for the establishment of trap, neuter, return and manage programs with several municipalities. Such partnerships between these municipalities and recognized local groups and organizations have proven to be a success, resulting in a notable decrease of the feral cat populations that had previously plagued these communities for many years, if not decades. That the establishment of a TNR program for the City of Kawartha Lakes, together with a strong and ongoing public education component, will reduce the number of feral cats in a humane and publicly acceptable manner through the dedicated participation of recognized local volunteer organizations and groups. During my course of advocacy, I have met with municipal bylaw managers in several municipalities with the aim of establishing a TNR program, and have delegated before the towns of Clarington, Georgina, Whitby, and the City of Oshawa, where I'm pleased to advise that their current TNR programs have proven to be a success. Working with and assisting local volunteers, I have also provided information to municipal staff and councillors and have responded to the questions whereby they are better able to understand the scope of the matter at hand. I have further been invited to as a contributing stakeholder by staff at the town of Caledon to provide input into their new TNR program, and the City of Mississauga to advise on further enhancements to their current program. Many of these programs were approved based on a 2-year pilot program, where upon reaching the 2-year period, these pilot programs were all subsequently approved as a permanent program by council in their respective municipalities. I believe this speaks to the success of these programs, and notably the reliable community partnerships that have been forged. 2 examples of municipalities are as follows. The City of Oshawa. The manager of Oshawa Animal Services has recently reported that they now have a 20% reduction in feral cats coming into the shelter, and the recent poll of registered colony caretakers shows a 30% decrease in numbers. Staff conclude that the program is working and that the number of feral cats in the community is steadily decreasing. Furthermore, a colony caretaker in Oshawa also reports that of the 3 colonies she has managed over the last 10 years, they no longer exist due to natural attrition as of 2020. One particular example of success that immediately comes to mind was the colony located at Lakeshore Park in Oshawa that numbered over 100 feral cats. Through dedicated volunteer management, this colony also no longer exists due to natural attrition. This is one of the many examples where colonies either no longer exist or where their numbers are notably reduced and producing no more kittens. Example number 2, the town of Georgina. Covering an area beyond the town of Georgina, the Georgina Feral Cat Committee volunteer group reports that the TNRM program with the town has and continues to be an outstanding success. The program was established in 2018 when there were many large colonies, numbering more than 20 feral cats at the time, and at a time when the committee was overwhelmed every year during the spring kitten season. Since then, of those original large colonies, only one colony that numbered over 30 cats remains, with only 5 feral cats remaining and no kittens born for the last 5 years. Now, for the most part, the types of calls received have drastically changed to handling just individual feral mums and kittens. And due to the reduced workload, the volunteer committee is in the process of expanding their TNR program range to include the town of East Gwillimbury and surrounding area. The town is strongly supportive of the work and the results that the Georgina Feral Cat Committee is achieving. Bringing my deputation to a conclusion, may I repeat once again that TNRM, together with a strong public education component, has proven to be the most long-term effective solution to tackling feral cats in a humane and publicly acceptable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I'll get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's any questions. Deputy Mayor Richardson, second by Councillor Vale. Any questions for Mr. Field regarding his deputation? Councillor Riley, did you want to follow up or did you get the answers you were looking for?
I think I probably get the answer, and I'll get maybe Aaron to follow up. Maybe that'd be when we get to the report.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Martin, for the deputation. I don't know if everyone knows here how many kittens a feral cat can produce within a year. I'm sure that you can explain that one feral cat, female, like within a couple of years, you could have potentially 100 kittens, correct?
That's correct. Even with the a relatively high attrition rate of kittens, because they're in a very rough environment, the rate of reproduction and the expansion of these colonies can quickly get out of control.
Thank you. And the reason that people do not want them in the area growing is why? And how does trap, neuter, and release help this?
Through the mayor, part of it's compassion. Part of it is because the situation has got out of control and it's becoming a public nuisance. There's a public nuisance component, but on the whole, people are willing to work with volunteers, and especially once there's a city-approved and city-backed program that's exists, it gives it a much higher standing in the community.
Okay, thank you very much, because I feel this is necessary in Kawartha Lakes. I've lived in different municipalities in different countries, and I haven't really seen the amount of feral cats like this, except for in, say, Mexico. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Mr. Field. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputation, 4.6, is Mr. Mike Janke, who is here. This is regarding the report 7.16 on the agenda, cost-shared upgrade of Kagawong Road. Welcome, Mike. Okay, go ahead, please.
Everyone. Is that working? Yep. Okay, nice to meet everyone. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to present. So I'm Mike Janke. I'm a resident on Elysian Fields, which is just off of Kagawong Road. So Kagawong Road is a city-assumed 4.3 kilometer gravel road outside of Fenelon Falls. Kagawong goes north side of Glenarm Road and leads to Elysian Fields and Camp Street on Balsam Lake. The primary purpose of the road is to provide access to approximately 30 houses or residences on the south shore of Balsam Lake. And Yeah, as you know, council recently made a decision to allocate $6.25 million to Orphaned Road Project, along with another capital project initiative to chip tar high volume roads. And unfortunately, Kagawong Road was mistakenly overlooked under both of these initiatives, primarily due to old traffic data from 2016 that was relied upon to make those decisions based on the roads department analysis. So the data that was relied upon to make those decisions was 6 years old from 2016. And during that time, on our streets, Camp and Elysian, there was 10 new homes that were constructed. A number of people changed from seasonal to permanent residents because of COVID, and now increased volume on the road was not accounted for. And there's approximately 10 remaining properties that will be developed, and the traffic volume will continue to increase. So we highly suspect if a traffic study was completed now, volume would far exceed the portion of an adjacent road, Whitetail Road, which is being hard-topped. So we think a new traffic study needs to be completed prior to these permanent capital investments being made in order to allocate resources efficiently. I'm fairly confident that we now have more than 200 in traffic volume is what's required, I guess, to upgrade the road from gravel. But so in the recent approval, an adjacent country road that runs parallel to Glenarm Road and Balsam Lake, which is Whitetail Road, which is right beside us, sort of thing, it was prioritized, and $450,000 was allocated to have that road hardtopped over Kagawong Road. So the logic, I believe, that was used was greater operational efficiency and a savings, as well as a combination on Whitetail. There were 200 cars in 2016 in a traffic study, and in 2016 there was 100 cars, I guess, or AADT, traffic volume, on Kagawong Road during that sampling period. And I would argue not all trips are the same, so that sort of side street is not of a primary purpose to access primary residences. There are 6 homes on Whitetail Road, but that's a much different situation than 30 or 40 homes on Camp and Elysian. So not every vehicle trip is the same. It can be, right, we have ambulances, fire, police, travel, medical, or other emergencies that come down a road, and it's significantly delayed if you have an ambulance leaving with an injured person going down the road, and it's very slow because of a gravel road that's potholed in shoulder season particularly. So I think a misallocation of taxpayer money has occurred due to the outdated data, a lack of interpretation, data analysis, and a lack of public consultation. And there is a much better or greater benefit that can be achieved by fully allocating the Whitetail Road budget to Kagawong. The same greater operational efficiency would still be achieved. Safety, if we do not accurately collect and interpret data, council is allocating resources inefficiently and sacrificing public safety. I would also argue the economics or the tax base of our 2 streets. There are 30 homes paying well over $300,000 in annual property taxes, representing approximately $100 million in assets along Balsam Lake. Balsam Lake and all of the other lakes like that are of strategic importance to generate sufficient economic activity for the surrounding communities and the City of Kawartha Lake's revenue collection. Based on the existing road paving programs such as orphaned roads, high volume roads programs, the city will likely pave or chip tar, hard top, I guess, Kagawong Road within the next 5 years. The city will then, at that point, bear 100% of the construction costs. Combined with higher inflation costs, it is significantly lower cost for the city to complete it within 2022. With all that I've said, the residents are still in support of contributing to have the road completed within 2022. We've now raised $170,000 to fund our portion or a portion of the road. When I generated or proposed that to the residents, the $170,000 being raised, it was on the premise that it would be done this year and not subject to further delays or further inflationary pressure. So we potentially can raise the difference to make up our 50-50 cost share. But it's uncertain given price increases that we were just sort of hit with and further delays. So if the city would contribute on a higher cost basis than 50-50, say 66-33, that would be welcome support and we'd be able to complete the project. The province has now contributed to the Rural Roads Program through OSIF funding, so it would be proposed as a 1/3 provincial, 1/3 city, and 1/3 residents. The cost estimate also includes 10% of the budget, so $30,000 of city staff time to complete the project, as well as $15,000 of routine ditching work. You may not see that in your cost estimate, but that's included within the cost that we would contribute to. So we think it would be a prudent financial decision for the city to complete the project now, cost share with the project with the support of the residents, and deliver the operational cost savings earlier, avoid higher inflationary costs, and deliver a higher quality road to the taxpayers of Elysian and Camp Street. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. I'll just get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks, Mike, for your deputation. If the money was paid this year, but the road didn't get done until next spring, would the residents be all right with that?
I can't speak for every resident, but I potentially could see that working, but it's not guaranteed.
Any other questions for the deputant? I have a few, Mike. I just want some clarification on a couple of things. Well, I want to clarify a couple of things. Our orphan road program, I don't believe Kagawan Road would qualify as a part of an orphan road program. So when you said it was overlooked, orphan road is simply that little sections of gravel in a paved area that we're trying to, from a maintenance perspective. Kagawan Road is all gravel, so it wouldn't have fit in that program regardless. The other thing you should be aware of that our budgets for 2022 are done. They were done last fall. Our work plan, staff have put out tenders for our roads and the work plan is underway for this year. So it's a big ask to change and add to a budget pretty much in the middle of the budget year. So just putting that out there. And I do want to say that you did bring up the tax base and, and I know you know this, but we don't offer an increased level of services because of a higher tax base in a certain area for obvious reasons. If council decides to change that policy, we'll have a lot of waterfront residents in the north, I'm sure, that would be thrilled. Right, Councillor Yeo? But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Obviously the tax dollars go toward a lot of roads in the city and everywhere else. So just wanted to make sure that, you understood it wasn't a question of overlooking some of the programs, wouldn't qualify in the first place. So any other questions for Mr. Jenke before we receive? All in favor to receive? That's passed. Thank you, Mr. Jenke. We're quite a bit later on the agenda for this, so I'm not sure if you want to hang around. If you do, you're more than welcome. If not, I'm sure somebody will get back to you. Thank you. And our last deputation, last but not least, is Miss Linda Dyson regarding short-term rentals. Hi, Linda. Good. Come on up. And it's related to item 8.8 on the agenda, which is our very last item on the agenda. Can you that's okay, you're doing fine. Just turn that mic on if you would. There should be a button right at the base. You got it. And 5 minutes, I'll remind you, and just talk away. We're pretty informal here, so don't be shy.
Okay. Very nervous. Apologize in advance if I pass out. So good afternoon, Mayor Latham and other councillors. As I'm sure you're all aware, every cottage town across Ontario is facing this surge of short-term rentals. Recently, an article put out by AirDNA suggests that short-term rentals have grown more than 300% in the last 5 years alone, since we started monitoring them in 2017. With outside investors and companies buying up properties at an alarming rate, some areas will have an equal amount of short-term rentals as do permanent residents shortly, or outweigh them completely. Short-term rentals can be fantastic in some areas, and in some cases, it is not my intent to suggest otherwise. The properties must also be zoned commercial, so when you buy a home, you're aware of the short-term rental beside you or the possibility of one. Not everyone wants to live beside a possible party house and should be given the choice. Property values in these saturated areas are also in question. For many of us, we have lived and worked in this area all our lives, and we've worked hard to retire here and enjoy what we've built with our children and our grandchildren. Now we're being harassed and intimidated into moving out of the area and away from areas that do not regulate short-term rentals. Robinson Avenue in Kirkfield is a very small dead-end street, as an example, absent of stores, tourism attractions, etc., but has 5 Airbnbs and 6 VRBOs. I was sent many messages and pictures by these residents depicting the horror they endure regularly. There are hundreds that I've been sent. I don't have the time to read them all to you today, but I would like one day to be able to do that. There's an absolute urgency felt by the community to regulate these short-term rentals and help with the residents that face these challenges on a weekly, if not daily basis. We cannot endure another summer. The time to act and send a clear message is now. While preparing for today, I Googled only 2 of the short-term company rentals currently operating in our city, Airbnb and VRBO. 1,000 plus Airbnbs and almost the same for VRBO and rising. Speaking with countless others through the many group web pages set up, it is clear that the one main issue is with owners that do not live in or near the community and have no respect for the beautiful area they are infecting. The property beside me is owned by a Toronto-based company that has a very we don't care attitude. When I met the owner originally, I was told that he hopes that we don't feel intimidated or pushed out, but then handed me a business card and added, but just in case you do, we'd be very interested in buying up the whole street. This would be detrimental, to say the least, but with no regulations, very probable. Skip that because I cut out a bit because I only have 5 minutes. In a message to me this morning, Airbnb apologized, said their hands are tied, and encouraged us to take action to ensure our own safety of our homes. We are asking for help now. As most problems occur on the weekends, this creates a different problem that makes it difficult for the city to monitor. Most people call the OPP instead of the bylaw office, as we know that there is no bylaw officers available during the weekend. When speaking to the OPP, in the reports, they don't always know if it's a short-term rental or a long-term rental, and it's almost impossible for them to measure every call fielded for offenses like noise, parking, or other nuisance called, or the nudity of the gentleman that was running around my house just on Sunday. Implementing licensing or permits for short-term rentals would ensure that these rentals are taxed in the same way as traditional lodging providers. This in turn would ensure a level playing field and maintain service jobs in our area. Licensing would also ensure that the city does not lose out on the much-needed revenue that could be invested in services for permanent residents and on the cost of implementing and enforcing such licenses. With well over 2,000 and counting short-term rentals currently operating in our city, that adds up quickly. It's no longer acceptable to have a hands-off wait-and-see approach. As Toronto and other large cities and districts have implemented licensing and regulations, the city of Kawartha Lakes has sadly become the path of least resistance for these investment companies. Short-term rentals are here to stay, and there is a good place for them in our city, but like any other business, they should be regulated in the public interest. I cannot open a daycare anywhere I want, but I can open up an unsupervised hotel. Generally, 12 guests in a bed and breakfast or cottage have some sort of staff. But the problem with Airbnb in particular is that they remove all supervision and accountability. We do need immediate action. We're desperate. Waiting and continuing to just monitor is going to multiply the issues at hand and make it increasingly difficult and more costly to gain control of this fast-moving train. The question now is not whether they should be regulated, it's how quickly can we start? Thank you. I didn't pass it.
Linda, you did just fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just stay right there if you would. We'll see if there's any questions for you. I'll get a motion to receive, please. Councillor Yeo, second by Councillor Elmsley. Questions? Deputy Mayor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, and you did a phenomenal job, so good on you. We appreciate the deputation today, and I just want to say that we do recognize there is an issue, and later up in the meeting we will be having a further discussion.
Thank you. I'll wait for that. Thanks, guys.
Any other questions? Yeah, I'll reiterate that. I mean, none of us are ignoring the issue. You know, what we have to have in place, and we'll discuss this later on the report, is, and Councillor Yeo's brought forward a memo, thank you for doing that, that, you know, we have to have the people and the policies in place to enforce it. We can't just put a policy in place, say now everybody behave, right? And unless we do it properly with the proper information and something that can actually be enforced, then it's not going to mean anything. You're just going to get your hopes up and they're going to be dashed. So you know, we want to do something. I think all of council agrees on that. We just need to make sure we do it properly so that when the time comes that we put something in place, it's something that is worthwhile and can be implemented. We have to have the people, we have to have a budget for it, and we don't have any of that right now. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but just so you know, we're not just monitoring right now. We are actually have fined people for calls. I was speaking with the bylaw manager. He informed me that some of the calls they've gone to repeat calls. They've issued a fine to the property owner, and they haven't had any repeat complaints from them ever since. So, you know, it's a bit of a passive approach monitoring right now, but we have changed some of the local bylaws to allow our staff to implement some fines when necessary, and we have had some success with that.
Okay.
I think the challenge with all municipalities is really, how do we license something that there's a lot of people renting out their properties and have been for many, many years and doing it properly. And there's no issues and they
Then it
care.
would be easy for them to get a permit.
Exactly. They
The
care,
the
but they do it,
companies
and we
that
don't
are
want to
from
punish
Toronto
them, right?
shouldn't.
We don't want to punish them. We want to punish the ones who aren't doing it properly.
Absolutely.
So
I
that's
so
where we
agree.
try to find that balance. So
Yeah.
that's my little rant for the day. But
Yeah.
thank you for coming. We much appreciate it, and we'll see what we can do later in the agenda. Thanks. Perfect. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Okay, we'll move down to item 5.1, which is correspondence from the lane configuration on Cambridge Street between Kent Street and Russell Street and Lindsay, related to item 8.1 on the agenda from Mr. Steve Podolsky and Melissa McFarland from the BIA. Just need a motion to receive. We have a memo on that later. Councillor O'Reilly, Deputy Mayor Richardson, thank you. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. 5.2 is correspondence from Peter Petrozoniak related to item 7.3 on the agenda, which is a report regarding the proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 64 Rideout Street in Lindsay. Just need a motion to receive as well. Councillor Dunn, second by Councillor Yeo. Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. And we'll move right into presentations. Presentations, our first presentation is item 6.1, Accessibility Awareness Recognition Awards. We're going to hand out some awards, some good news awards. Councillor Elmsley's going to lead the charge, and you're going to head up to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just waiting for the screen to come up here for the folks who are receiving the Accessibility Awards today to appear. And I think we have at least four, well, we have Barb Condi and 3 other people. I don't know if Joel has, you got more? Okay, that's great. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Accessibility Committee for their work on this. Over the last couple of years, which has been hard on us with the pandemic, they've continued to do their work and try and make our community more accessible for everybody. And by giving out these awards and publicizing it, it does encourage others to get involved and to make our community even more accessible for all. So 2022 marks the 14th anniversary of the City of Kawartha Lakes Accessibility Awareness Recognition Awards that recognize individuals, businesses, community groups, and city teams who are breaking down barriers for residents with disabilities. The past 2 years have been challenging for all the residents, and the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted people with disabilities, even more so. The Kawartha Lakes Accessibility Advisory Committee would like to recognize the many pharmacies, pharmacists, and pharmacy technicians who went above and beyond during the pandemic, offering in-vehicle vaccinations, new delivery services, and phone call consultations. Many of the pharmacies in the city have helped residents with disabilities immediately and immensely. Our first award is for an outstanding contribution by a business, and that is the Lindsay Food Basics. Food Basics in Lindsay deserves the recognition for their hiring of employees with disabilities. Up to 10 individuals with a variety of challenges, both physical and intellectual, are employed at the store at any time. The decision to hire employees with disabilities is not company-driven, but a conscious decision by local management. If an employee is hired and the job is not a good fit, the management will work with the employee to find another placement. Food Basics in Lindsay should be recognized for making an effort to hire employees irrespective of their physical or intellectual challenges. Good job, Lindsay Food Basics. Our next award is for outstanding contributions from a community group. For many years, the volunteers of Settlers Village have created a Christmas wonderland, decorating the buildings and grounds for their annual Festival of Trees. In 2020, with the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the traditional festival was not possible, but this did not dissuade the volunteers. They created a way to have their festival safely. It became a drive-through event. There was a toy drive. All children entering through the gate received a Christmas goodie bag and instructions to participate in a scavenger hunt. This change was a great success and several compliments received. The older adult and people with disabilities could enjoy the displays and light shows from the comfort of a vehicle. The change allowed everyone the opportunity to enjoy the festival no matter the weather conditions while feeling safe with no worry of trips and falls. In 2021, the drive-through event continued and more residents could enjoy the wonderful festive activities. While accessibility was not the reason for the change to drive-through, the change allowed the event to be open to all residents and obviously could be distancing for COVID protocols. So, outstanding contribution, community group, Kawartha Settlers Village, and Bob Cajun. The outstanding contribution from a community group goes to the Ross Memorial Hospital vaccination team. Ross Memorial Hospital's drive-through vaccination clinic at the Lindsay Exhibition Grounds opened on March 18th and ran until August 27, 2021, Monday to Friday. 5 evening pop-up clinics were held to increase access to the vaccine for those who could not attend during working hours. In total, more than 62,000 vaccinations were administered at the site. A team of more than 20 nurses and doctors from Ross Memorial Hospital worked at the site over the course of the operation. In partnering with the Halliburton, Kawartha, and Pine Ridge Health Unit, City of Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Services, and local family doctors, the team served approximately 500 vehicles each day. The setup was both unique and ingenious. In addition to removing barriers for people with mobility challenges, by allowing individuals to stay in their vehicles, Ross Memorial Hospital provided a comfort zone to help alleviate some of the pressures of what can be an anxiety-inducing experience for some. Well done, Ross Memorial Hospital. The outstanding achievement contribution by an individual this year goes to Carl Rennick. The award for outstanding contribution to improving accessibility by an individual is Carl Rennick. Carl has been instrumental in growing wheelchair curling in Canada since 2006. Carl read about John Thurston's injury and encouraged him to try the sport. We all know where that story led. Carl spearheaded the Give It a Go program at the Bob Cajun Curling Club, which merits its own award, and we'll talk about that later. Carl has also served on the board for Group K hospitals in Sarnia, serving physically disabled children from birth to 16, and has been an active participant in looking at disability issues for many, many years. Our outstanding contribution by an individual is Carl Rennick. The outstanding contribution by Kawartha Lakes employees / team is the Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service Team. Seeing a need to assist members of the community with high resource needs who are being discharged from hospital with no family to assist, the Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service decided that they could help these residents remain in their homes longer and avoid readmission to hospital. They created the Community Paramedicine Program, with paramedics ensuring the regular in-home check-ins are done. Medication is available and other community services are in place. The value of this program was recognized by the Ontario Ministry of Health and is now offered in many other areas of the province, after the initiative taken by the City of Kawartha Lake paramedics. The paramedic team is also very involved with Bell's Let's Talk Day each year. They work diligently at removing barriers to mental health and doing their best to remove the stigma of a mental health issue. We on council know a great deal about our paramedics, and I think this is a well-deserved award. Thank you, paramedics. The outstanding contribution for a new build or modification goes to the Bobcaygeon Curling Club and Recreation Facility. Members of the Bobcaygeon Curling Club wanted to allow wheelchair curlers the opportunity to join their leagues, but before that was possible, the building had to undergo some major changes. A wheelchair lift was installed, as well as accessible washrooms put in place to allow greater access for all residents. In October 2021, the club held its first Give It a Go Day to introduce wheelchair curling to anyone interested in attending. While it was a modest 6 residents came out to see what the game involved, and 5 joined 3 different clubs. A really good success rate, and it looks like an initiative that is going to grow. So congratulations to the Bobcaygeon Curling Club. We have another outstanding contribution in a new build, and that goes to the Kirkfield and District Historical Society. The Kirkfield and District Historical Society have undertaken a major renovation of the Kirkfield Museum, including a wheelchair accessible ramp, automated power doors, and accessible washrooms, including an adult change table. While the COVID-19 pandemic has made accessing materials and contractors challenging, the group is continuing to plan the next step, which will include removing stairs to the building, improving mobility inside, and ensuring accessibility to all museum visitors. Congratulations to the Kirkfield and District Historical Society. Well done. Our largest award that we give out is the Barbara MacArthur Award of Distinction. And this year, the winner of the Barbara MacArthur Award is Linda Da Silva. Linda has volunteered and advocated for people with disabilities for almost 30 years, whether it was selling 50/50 tickets at the car show for the local multiple sclerosis branch or testing transit stops for accessibility. Linda proactively helped out. It was Linda's idea to allow pass card entry to the recreation center from a side door closer to accessible parking. Linda has actively been involved in the MS Society on the local, provincial, and national level. She has offered encouragement and assistance for local residents diagnosed with the disease and shares her personal history. Linda was instrumental in establishing the Thumbs Up program to encourage local businesses to train their staff on providing accessible customer service to residents. Former Lieutenant Governor David Onley recognized the program when he attended the Accessibility Forum in Lindsay. As a long-serving member of the Accessibility Awareness Committee of the City of Kawartha Lakes, Linda has broken down many barriers for local residents. She is a very deserving recipient of the Barbara MacArthur Award of Distinction. Very congratulations to you, Linda, on this achievement. And we have congratulations. We left this till the last because I know he was addressing some school children. But we have congratulations to Dunsford resident John Thurston, who participated at the 2022 Beijing Paralympics in the sport of wheelchair curling. John, along with his teammates, brought home the bronze medal, and we congratulate you, John, for putting Kawartha Lakes on the map at the Beijing Paralympics. Thank you. In wrapping up, Mr. Mayor, congratulations to the recipients of the 2022 Accessibility Awareness Recognition Awards. All of them are very worthy of these awards, and we are very happy to have been able to award them. I would like to say one last thing. During the last 2 years and before that, this committee has been run and looked after by Barb Conde, and she has done just an exemplary job and has kept us and the committee on track for the last couple of years, making sure that we met all provincial requirements for our accessibility. So thank you, Barb, for all your work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, everyone, for making our community a better place. Congratulations, John. It's great to put a name to a face, and keep up the great work. And agree, Barb, well done. Thank you for everything you all do. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Latham and Councillor Elmslie.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive the presentation for the Accessibility Awareness Awards, please? Councillor Yohan Dunn, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We'll move on to item 6.2, which is Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Update from Janine Mitchell, Manager of Social Services. Janine, are you, there you are. Hi, welcome, go ahead, you're up.
All right, thank you. I just need the presentation up. Great, thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to provide information on the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan, or CWELC, as we like to call it, because we sure do love our acronyms. Next slide, please. So on March 28, 2022, the province signed a $13.2 billion commitment over 6 years with the federal government. This agreement is referred to as the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Plan, or CWELC. Built into CWELC allocations is an annual increase of 2.6% for inflation. And the intent of CWELC is to preserve parental choice and provide greater flexibility. CWELC is going to be rolled out in 2 phases. Phase 1 priorities focus on affordability for families, getting the daily cost of childcare down to an average of $10 per day. It's also about enhancing quality. High quality services provided by qualified educators will build on the workforce strategy that's already being implemented across the province and in our communities. Phase 2 priorities include greater access to licensed spaces for all children and inclusion for all children, including those from low-income families, vulnerable children, and children from diverse communities like Francophone and Indigenous children. In the end, there will be a report on all the outcomes and the successes. Next slide, please. So as a municipality, we have a role. We are the Consolidated Municipal Service Manager for this area, for the City of Kawartha Lakes and the County of Haliburton. We will have a responsibility for the fee subsidy program, for the application process, and for entering into all the agreements with the agencies. And we are also responsible for overall for the early learning and care planning and supporting the earlier system as a whole, including all licensed center-based and home-based childcare, care, authorized recreation camps, and also the early on child and family center programs. And we're responsible with flowing the funds to all of our service providers in our communities for these programs. Next slide, please. Okay, so participation and eligibility. There are guidelines and restrictions in terms of who can participate with this program. It's eligible for any licensed childcare service provider providing care for children 0 to 5 years of age. The service providers have to demonstrate financial viability. They also have to inform us if they're opting into the program or if they are going to opt out of the program. Service providers who are opting out must indicate to all parents and families that they are not participating in the CWELC system itself. In our area, all of our agencies are nonprofit providers, and we do anticipate that all of our agencies will participate and submit their application. We have set a deadline of September, or the province has set a deadline of September 1st for all agencies to indicate participation. Unlicensed childcare, such as an unlicensed childcare that might be operating out of a person's home, and authorized recreation programs, like the ones offered through the Boys and Girls Club and the city's recreation department, are not eligible to participate. They're not eligible for any of the funding. School-age childcare is also not eligible for any of the fee reductions, so there won't be any changes to their fees. Unlicensed home childcare providers, while they may not be eligible, if they do connect with a licensed home childcare agency, such as Compass, Early Learning and Care, or WeWatch, and wish to become licensed, then they would be eligible for the funding received through the CWELC funding. Any new service providers entering into an agreement with the city, so it's a new operator, they're not an existing operator within our communities, and wanting to operate a childcare program in our area, they may be eligible for the CWELC funding, but they are not eligible to receive any of our other funding, including fee subsidy, general operating grants, or funding to support special needs resourcing. Next slide, please. The province has set initially a cap on fees that's effective March 27th. What this means is that childcare programs cannot raise their fees in 2022. This is just an interim measure to give all of us an opportunity to work through CWELC and determine what base fees are. So they are not able to increase fees for children 0 to 5. If they are participating in CWELC. Service providers who opt out of CWELC, they will be able to increase their fees. And the cap on fees, if an agency or service provider has previously approved through their board of directors from January to March 27th to have an increase in their fees, they will be able to, once the cap on fees is lifted, they will be able to implement those fee increases. The Child Care and Early Years Act regulations now actually includes the maximum rates or fee caps any new child care program may charge coming into communities. And those rates are done on an individual basis per CMSM area. Next, please. The fee reduction directly benefits families with eligible children in care. It's going to be a graduated implementation. It's going to start with, eventually we'll end up with a base fee of $10 per day, but it's going to start with $12 per day. And what that means is the fees that have been set in all the childcare programs, they're going to have a 25% reduction. That was retroactive to April 1st, 2022, down to that base fee of $12 per day. There's going to be a 50% reduction for January 1st, 2023, 75% expected by September 2024, until we get to that $10 per day average fee by the fiscal year end for 2025. An eligible child means it's for any child under 6 years of age and any child who turns 6 years old between January 1st and June 30th in that calendar year. The city staff, we have to calculate the amount of the fee reduction for every eligible licensed operating space for every participating service provider, and we will provide funding to that service provider to offset those fees for the parents. That service provider must in turn provide that funding directly to the parents. So really the funding really is going directly to the parents in this case. And the service provider will have 60 days. Once we provide funding to them, they will have 60 days in order to get all of that funding to all of the families that they serve. Subsidized families who are partially subsidized, so they might have a parental fee, will also be eligible to see a reduction in their parental fee. So, and I've left an example up there just so you can see that a 2-year-old would receive a 25% reduction in fee going down to $39 per day. The 7-year-old, they are not eligible to receive that reduction and they would continue to have a $28 per day childcare fee. Next, please. So the fee subsidy program will continue to be available for eligible children, and parental fees are also going to be reduced by 25%. We are working hard to determine the impact of the reduction on parental fees to determine if it would affect eligibility and reduce the number of families eligible for fee subsidy. Fee subsidies is determined by the available monthly income, and it goes against the rates for all of the childcare programs. In the first year of implementation, this entire process is going to require time as we work through all of the regulations and set up all of the program itself. So service providers will be required to issue a retroactive refund to all parents and families, including those in receipt of who had to pay a parental fee through the fee subsidy program. Next slide. The city has the responsibility, a very large responsibility, of determining and setting base fees for all of the participating service providers. So we have to review and analyze all of their submissions. We have to review the submissions for ineligible or unnecessary fees. An unnecessary fee could include if they charge for trips during the summer, if they include staff bonuses. And we also, even today, we do require that there is a maximum of 10% corporate related administration, but we are going to be doing a much more in-depth review of all budget submissions and evaluating all of the how they are spending their money and if it's a reasonable way that they're spending their money. And then we're going to be determining what are base fees, and the base fees could be different than the current fees in a childcare program, or they could be the same. Once we establish those base fees, we will then be doing the 25% reduction of the new base fee. So it will serve as a new starting point prior to the application of the fee reduction requirements. If a service provider becomes licensed after March 27th, 2022, so as I mentioned, if we have a new one, their fees will be established already, and it's going to be established according to what's set out in the regulations. Next, please. Another component of the CWELC is workforce compensation and eligibility. There are two parts to workforce compensation. The first is the provincial wage floor, where they're setting a minimum expectation for wages for all registered early childhood educators. And there is a separate wage floor for supervisors and administrators of those programs. That wage floor starts at $20, and you can see the wage floor starts for the REC program staff at $18. All newly hired staff must earn at a minimum the established wage floor amount. The second component of the workforce compensation is an annual wage increase. Just to provide further information, an RECE has their early childhood education college diploma or university degree. They are registered with the College of Early Childhood Educators, and they must participate in and complete an annual continuous learning plan. Educational requirements for an RECE are ongoing throughout their career. And in order to be part of the workforce compensation, you do need to be an RECE, whether you're a program staff or a supervisor or a home child care visitor. Funding must be considered in addition to and not reduce any other planned compensation increases for staff. So for example, if the board had previously approved an increase of $1 per hour in 2022, that this funding does not replace that approval. They still must provide those increases. Payments have to be included in each paycheck or payment, and they cannot be paid at the end of the year or as a lump sum payment. Ineligible positions include those that are not RECE, non-program staff, such as a cook, a custodial, or financial staff. Just to give you an example, in 2022, an RECE program staff with the base wage of $15 per hour and a wage enhancement funding of $2 per hour. Wage enhancement is is funding that we provide already. It's provincial funding that we provide through the city. They would receive workforce compensation funding of $1 per hour. Wage enhancement funding is provincially funded and included with our core funding. The second part of the compensation is that annual wage increase of $1 per hour. So they would be receiving, they could be eligible to receive $1 through the workforce compensation wage floor, and then they could receive an additional $1 through the annual increase of $1 per year. Next slide. So there are significant additional accounting and reporting responsibilities. Our review of agency budgets, audited statements, and reports is now going to be much more detailed and in-depth. And agencies will now be required to submit additional information for us to report back to the province. And we will be doing this through our regular reporting processes. The data will be used in part to support on the province's reporting requirements to the Government of Canada under the CWELC system. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Janine. A lot of information there. We'll see if there's any questions. A motion to receive, Councillor O'Reilly and Councillor Elmsley. Councillor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you, Gene. As Mayor Letham said, there certainly is a lot of information in there and a lot of good news. I guess the only question we would have is the elephant in the room is staffing. How are we going to, would you like to talk about how we're going to be able to address the staffing to accommodate the needs and the wants?
Thank you for bringing that question up. There are administration dollars included with this funding, and the province initially had indicated that they were going to reduce our funding overall by to 5%, and they were going to give us a limit of our administration. But with the implementation of CWELC, the province has removed that, and we're back up to our 10%, and they've removed the 50-50 cost sharing. So we're going to be able, within our existing funds and within the funding received through CWELC, to support, to look at our planning for staff and hire additional staff in order to support this, the implementation of this program.
Hopefully there's enough qualified people or enough people interested in going into this field that we can get the staff, I guess.
I'm sorry, I see what you mean. You're meaning in the community. Actually, there is a shortage of qualified staff in the County of Haliburton and the City of Kawartha Lakes, and it's actually resulted during COVID in program closures because we weren't able to get qualified staff for the program. Even with the wage compensation, there still remains a difference of compensation between working for the school board as an RECE and working in licensed childcare as an RECE. So many people in our community are advocating with the province about increasing the wage floor of $18. They also consider that they're educated, they are registered with the college, they have ongoing annual educational requirements, and $18 they feel is too low a wage, and we can't compete with the school board who hires at $25 an hour. So there are definitely concerns. We are working on an approach to support attracting and recruiting qualified staff in our community, but quite honestly, it's across the province. So it is very difficult, but we are working on that, and we are also working on a strategy to support the staff that we do have in the system, to support them and keep them in the system as well. So we are working on that, and we have a number of initiatives planned throughout 2022 and into 2023.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Janine, for this. I just have a question. So we're reducing fees, increasing wages, we'll be increasing municipal staff. Who's paying for all of this?
That's a great question. Actually, so it is, the CWELC has funding that it's used. I will just get the amount. So we are receiving $2.1 million to support the implementation of this program. So what happens is we're receiving funding from the federal government to support the offsetting of the fee subsidy and to support the wage compensation and the administration for us required to implement this program. So really it's going to be a net zero for the municipality. There will be no municipal cost share involved with this.
Okay, great, thank you, that's good to know. So what happens when we can't hire people? It's the same as PSWs, we don't have them. They have these great ideas that we can hire more childcare workers and more PSWs, but that's not a reality. So do they expect money back?
In terms of the province, yes, we'll have to see. Well, we have certain areas that we're able to spend this money in. So that will make a difference. The province, actually, the allocation for 2022 is actually 75% of our allocation. And the province used data in order to determine how much we would need. And it only applies to children 0 to 5. We do tend to have more difficulty getting staff for older children because it's often not a full day straight 7-hour or 8-hour day for that staffing. But we have had program closures and we have had more difficulty, especially during COVID. We're going to see what this is like going forward, but programs will not be able to operate without, you have to have a certain minimum number of qualified staff. They can still have other staff who are not qualified. And there are a number of programs and initiatives to help people get the education they require. And those programs come at no cost. Tuition right now is being covered through a government program because they also recognize the shortage of qualified staff so that we can get some qualified staff in our community.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, thank you. It's a lot of work, holy, it's a lot of paperwork, man.
Thanks, Janine. So I just have an opinion question. Is this a good program? I mean, I know the intent is good and the need to lower daycare costs are good, and sometimes government's good intentions don't always turn out to be realistic programs. In your opinion, is this a workable, good program that will really help some families?
Yes, it really will make a difference to many families. Part of the issue that could result is the number of licensed childcare spaces. What we've seen is an increase in the number of people applying for childcare in our community, because if they know that the wages or that the fees are going to be reduced, we're going to have many more families accessing care, which might actually impact families who would be more vulnerable or need more support for financial assistance through the fee subsidy program. And I think we're going to see across our community a need for an increase in spaces. This program does not include any capital funding to support developing new childcare spaces. So it will be interesting to see what happens with respect to that on families. But the families will definitely see a benefit. They will get this funding directly into their pockets. The agencies are the ones who don't see any increased funding through CWELC except through the wage compensation. That's the only place they'll be able to see a difference. It doesn't offset other operational pressures or strains on a childcare program. The majority of the funding is really going directly to families, and that is a good thing.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just feeding off your question, my understanding with childcare in the Kawartha Lakes isn't the fact that it costs too much, which I fully accept. There's just simply not enough spaces. And if this program, by forcing the price down, ends up with more or fewer spaces becoming available because the operators can't afford to operate, I'm not convinced that this is a good idea. I don't know, I haven't got a better idea, but I'm not convinced this is a good idea. I think we're going to end up in the long run losing child spaces.
Do you want to comment on that, Janine, or?
Well, I think the number of spaces will likely be maintained, but we will definitely need new spaces. We just might, who's using the spaces is what might change. We do have a wait list. So when parents sign up for that wait list, it's a first come, first served basis, depending on the age of the child and what you have space for. So that will help ensure if parents do sign up, and we will certainly help parents who are vulnerable sign up for that wait list, that will make it more equitable. The issue is that there is just, you're correct, there just aren't enough childcare spaces in our community. We have approximately, I think I'd have to check, but I think it's something like 600 families on a wait list for infant care. We don't have near that many infant spaces. So there are those pressures. Mind you, those pressures might be exacerbated by this, but they were there before. We have had a pressure for licensed childcare spaces in our communities.
Thanks, Janine. Good presentation, good conversation. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? and that's passed. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Okay, we're just got a couple more presentations, so let's just keep going. 6.3 is the Omimi Wastewater Treatment Plant. Mr. Juan Rojas. He's got a few people with him, I think, but I'll turn it over to you first. Juan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have staff from Gear Galloway. This is for the Omimi wastewater treatment upgrades, a continuation of a program that happened a few years ago. We held our second public meeting a couple weeks ago, and this is to wrap up the process. We had Steve Bakley on the agenda, but he's been replaced with Tony Guerrera, who is the lead, and Sam Hutton from Gear Galloway. And the final ESR report, we're hoping to have it on the July 19th council meeting. So this is just the final overview and the summary. So with that, I will turn it over to Tony for his 15-minute presentation.
Thank you. We're on the cover page, so we'll go to the first slide, which is background information. The Omimi Lagoons have been in place since 1976. In 2011, the city completed a class environmental assessment based on a growth management plan that was forecasted, that had forecasted substantial growth in the area. City elected to upgrade the system using a large subsurface disposal system, LSSDS, which was constructed in 2014. The original spray irrigation system was to be decommissioned as part of that plan. Unfortunately, the LSSD has not operated to its original design standards, and it's currently operating with the LSSDS and the original spray irrigation system. It's working fine like that. However, your current ECA or license to run the system doesn't allow for that. Since that time, the growth forecast has been revised downward, and that was related to another environmental assessment that was conducted on the water supply for the area. So it wasn't going to be feasible to expand the water system, the treated water system, and you're not really supposed to use partial servicing. So the growth forecast has been trimmed back substantially. You don't need all the capacity that was originally forecast. So this is being, in order to allow the continued use of the spray irrigation system and the LSSDS, the ministry requested that a Schedule C project, Class EA project was to be or must be completed. So that's what we're doing here. Next slide, please. This gives you an overview of the two lagoons and the existing LSSD, which is, you'll see the blue lines coming out of each lagoon, going to a small pumping station, which is just a small blue dot on this presentation, and then up to the LSSD. And you can actually see they look like crop circles, but you see the circles up in the upper right portion of the slide, and those are the spray irrigation fields. Those can only be run in the summer, or maybe the six driest months of the year. Typically, you get about 6 months, and the LSSD can operate all year long. Next slide, please. So the existing system, the LSSD that is, has some limitations. A lot of them are related to slime and suspended solids in the effluent. So we're getting a lot of carry through that makes its way up into the system. So it comes out of the lagoon, makes it into the pumping chamber, clogs the pumps, the valves, and the beds ultimately. So it's creating a lot of problems for the operational group, and it limits the amount of flow that can be sent to the LSSD. Next slide, please. So as part of the EA process, you have to explore alternatives. So we tried to limit the alternatives here because the solution seems to be fairly straightforward. So do nothing, which you always have to explore. That won't resolve the issue, which is you're not allowed under the ECA to operate the spray irrigation system. So we looked at a total replacement of this existing system with a new mechanical plant or other treatment alternatives such as pumping to Lindsay. Those options were explored under the original Class EA, and they'd be much more expensive and not necessary. So the thing we focused on fairly quickly was to utilize the existing spray irrigation system, which is already in place, and continue to use the LSSD just at a smaller flow rate through that system than it was originally forecast. So it's obvious that's going to be less expensive than a new treatment system, and that is our preferred alternative at this time. So next slide, please. The preferred alternative consists of several improvements throughout the wastewater treatment process to alleviate limitations described previously and maximize the system going forward. So to assist with removal of the suspended solids, the effluents to undergo additional treatment before entering the pumping system in the beds, and other system upgrades are also being implemented to improve the process. Next slide, please. So those improvements consist of pre-treatment of the effluent, and those will involve traveling screens. So currently there's a fixed screen in place to try and take out the big chunks like the weeds that come out of the LSSD, or sorry, out of the lagoons. But it's really maintenance intensive, and they're rather large and heavy and quite hard to remove and clean off. And it's not reasonable to expect to continue to have to do that as an operation group moving forward. So traveling screen is just going to be a mechanical device, mechanical electrical device that removes those weeds and deposits them into a bin that's easier to deal with. And big item would be the dissolved air flotation. So that's to remove the suspended solids, like the smaller stuff, as opposed to the big chunks of weed. So those smaller items are the ones that are clogging up the pumps and ultimately clogging the beds. So a DAF is very good at a dissolved air flotation unit, or DAF is very good at removing that kind of material. It's got to be housed within a building, and so that requires a building expansion. Next slide, please. Also will require a second wet well. So material comes out of the lagoon, goes into the first wet well. The pumps will remain that go up to the bed. The spray field, and a second wet well will be required for the clean effluent after it comes out of the DAF unit. We will reduce or continue with the lower load to the LSSD in accordance with field conditions. So it's been operating quite well at a lower rate for a couple of years now. It's just it can't hit the peak flows that were initially forecast. And we will continue to utilize the spray irrigation system to supplement the LSSD. Next slide, please. This gives you, it might be quite difficult to see, I apologize. Looks better on a bigger sheet. And it gives you an idea of what happens currently. So comes out of either one of the two lagoons into the wet well through a fixed screen, which is in a pit and very difficult to remove and clean, into a pumping chamber. And you can, from that chamber, I'm going to say like unclean effluent, or not purified effluent, goes up to the LSSD or the spray irrigation field. So it's not had the material, all of the suspended salts removed. Next slide, please. So this is what we're proposing. So go operate from, always discharge the raw sewage into the upper lagoon, go into the lower lagoon, just promote settling. That then goes through your filtration, your traveling screen, your DAF unit. Your clean effluent goes into a new pumping chamber, and your pumps pump the very clean effluent up to the beds, so your pumps won't clog and your beds won't clog. And then the stuff that's been screened but has not gone through the DAF unit will go up to the spray irrigation fields. Those units have, those spray irrigation fields have operated for years and years with that effluent, and there's been no problem. The sun tends to break it down, and there's no issue with clogging. Next slide, please. LSSD, yeah, some supporting studies. So basically on the flows that have been successfully pumped to the system over the past 5 years, at least 350 cubic meters a day is a very reasonable and conservative estimate of the current capacity of the LSSD. And that also corresponds to a book value for inflow through silty sand, which is present. And then the spray irrigation, we looked at, we just wanted to make sure we meet the aerosol requirements of the MOE, the design standards. So there's a minor change to the position of one of the existing spray nozzles. It needs to be 150 cubic meters, or sorry, 150 meters from the boundary. We are currently at 118. It's a small change and quite easily done. So the previous capacity of that system was 608 cubic meters a day. It can continue to be operated at 608 cubic meters a day, given a total capacity of 958 cubic meters a day, which is plenty for the next 10 to 20 years under the new growth management forecast. And it's also a modular system. It could be increased in the future if required. And then next slide, please. Cost estimate of the new system, or the upgrades to the new system. So total project forecast of approximately 1.8 million. The new, like looking at new systems, they were in the $8 to $10 million range, just to give you kind of an order of magnitude cost or difference. And that's it. Next slide is thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. I'll get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Ashmore, you okay? Motion to receive? Thank you. Second by Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any questions for the deputants or Director Rojas? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to whoever can answer. A few questions. When this relates back to 2014 with the previous contractor, have you worked with the previous contractor we knew we had deficiencies, we knew we had issues, and we talked about this about a year and a half ago. We had a public Zoom call, I guess it was. And what has come about since then, dealing with the previous contractor, and whether they're going to be involved or whether they're going to be coming to the table and helping, or are we just starting new with a new contractor to, as you explained there, basically retrofit or redesign the whole project?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I could answer that question. So the previous contractor, this was a project that was done under Public Works at the time, but I know the details of it. Was completed. The deficiency or the concern with the subsurface was really the quality of the soils and their ability to infiltrate effluent. There was a legal review and I believe a settlement that happened. Council was informed of that in a closed session through our solicitor. So that capital project has been closed. This would be a new capital project in order to have a dual system, both a smaller subsurface and the spray irrigation working in tandem with each other.
Okay, thanks. Just two quick questions. And right now, or in the proposed plan, are we going to be eliminating, I know we eliminated the need for when you have a tremendous surge of stormwater, it's discharged into Pigeon River at the very east end of Beaver Road. That's been stopped many years ago, has it not? And we won't be doing that anymore?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this project is for sewage, not stormwater. Recognizing that there's probably some wet water flow getting into our sanitary system, which happens in every single sanitary system. So right now, it's my understanding that we haven't experienced an overflow in the water pollution control plant in Omemee. So I believe it's a non-issue.
Thanks. And finally, you'd mentioned what the capacity would be when it's completed, 950 cubic meters per day. We talked about the population and the growth. The last we were told, the public, was that there's enough in there there's enough capacity for 3,000 people. Right now, the population of Omemee Village proper itself is around 1,400. So will there be enough to at least be 3,000 people? I know there's a couple of proposed subdivisions, hopefully we'll be coming to fruition in Omemee. So is 3,000 about a doable figure where the capacity would be in the future?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll answer part of it and maybe turn it over to Tony for some of the more details. As Tony mentioned, we back 10 years ago, we did the city did an EA to expand water. And the original 2010 growth management strategy was based on expanding water and sanitary in Omemee. When we did the EA, it was cost prohibitive to expand water. So the council resolution and the conclusion of the EA was to have water on private systems, not municipal systems. So that alone reduces the density of any development because you need a minimum lot size in order to go on a private well. Also, we are currently undertaking a GMS. So we don't have those numbers finalized yet, but we took a best guess at it based on the 2010 GMS with the council resolution not to expand water. We took a best guess at what the future GMS would be, which is currently underway. Having said that, we purposely designed the system to be modular, as Mr. Guerrero mentioned, so that should there be intensification or should there be a reversal of the decision to expand water, the system would be easily modified to expand and meet any future demands. Now, specifically about 3,000 lots, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Tony, I'm not sure if you could answer that question. If not, we could always get back to you.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah, I don't believe it was 3,000. I think the councillor had asked about 3,000, a potential population of 3,000 people. I think we looked in terms of how many additional lots the system could support. This combined system would be able to support beyond what's there now. And I believe that was in the range of 300 to 400. Sam, not sure if you remember, but we can definitely get back to you with the number.
And just so the ratio from, we use a 2.4 peoples per unit. So there's whatever the lot number is, you times it by 2.4, and that's our estimated population.
Okay.
So it'd be something in the order of about 800 to 1,000 additional people.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Is there any, are there any grants or any other money available to help with this project?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the original project or the project itself is growth related because it is there to service future growth in Omemee. And as such, it's part of our DC eligible projects. So it's heavily funded through our DC funding mechanism. I don't know of any to date of any grants being available for this type of project. But in the future, should they be introduced, we would most definitely entertain them and apply for them accordingly.
Thank you. And secondly, how sure are we that this is a solution and that, 2-3 years down the road, we're not going to have to revisit this and come up with some other fix?
So we've been, throughout these last 2 years, we've been coordinating with the ministry, MECP, who regulates this. And we have to apply for an ECA or permitting to operate it. We even met with their environmental team, EA team, prior to the Schedule C going forward, and we've had extensive discussions with them regarding the spray irrigation and the subsurface. So we're extremely confident that this is a good solution, and we have the backing of the ministry.
I guess if I could just add one thing, it's actually operating like this currently. The money proposed to be spent is more to make sure the effluent going to the bed stays clean and we can maintain this flow. But it's been these numbers are proven. They're currently using the system in this manner. Thank you.
Lastly, I guess, if I'm remembering correctly, it's probably 10 years ago that we had to do a major operation and remove sludge from the lagoons. Is that still an issue, or has that been taken care of? And does this fix get away from having to spend money to remove sludge?
This doesn't help with removing sludge. The lagoons basically operate as a primary settling basin. They offer treatment as well, but they're the solids mostly settle in the lagoons. So every sort of 10 to 20 years, you should budget for removal of biosolids from the lagoons, and that's typical of all lagoon systems.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you. Juan answered most of my questions there. I guess it certainly was without the scope of this to talk about, not to revisit the Lindsay solution, but it sure looks like without water, the growth is certainly going to be prohibited in Omemee. So, I mean, sure, we have capacity for sex number ones, and it's a great location for community to grow, but I don't know without water how we're actually really going to be able to grow. And would it be safe to say that the developer that has bought a property recently would probably have to have his own treatment plants on site, or would that be a stretch?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So that again, the council resolution for the water expansion encouraged private systems. So there's different types of private systems, if it's applicable. So again, a communal system inside a condominium plan is acceptable. There's other communal systems that are also out there, in addition to single wells, but they would have to be zoned accordingly through our planning department. So I think that's going to flush itself out through the growth management strategy and the appropriate land use designations within Omemee.
Thanks, gentlemen, for the update. We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Appreciate it. And you said the report on this will come forward when, Juan, in July?
Yes, we have, because we still want to leave the commenting period open. We didn't have, again, this is a very non-controversial project. As Mr. Guerrero mentioned, we've been operating the spray irrigation and the subsurface in tandem for the last 2-3 years. But we still have to follow the process. So July 19th council meeting, we're hoping to have the final ESR report to council and then complete the Schedule C EA.
Thank you. Appreciate the update. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we got one more presentation, but I think we'll take a break. I need to stretch. I don't know about you guys, but the Cultural Center one could have a good discussion with it. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and deal with our last presentation and get into reports. Okay, welcome back. We'll call the meeting back to order. We're at item 6.4. We have one more presentation, a cultural center feasibility study findings. Donna Goodwin can make the introductions. Donna, are you there? She is.
I am. Hi, good afternoon. Oh, I hope my connection's okay.
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Yes. So I just want to make sure we have our presentation deck up. There we go. So I am really glad and excited to be bringing this presentation to Mayor and Council today. With me, I have Julie Whelan, who was the lead consultant for Nordicity, and also Stephanie Ma, who again was the lead architect for JIMO, the architectural subcontract, I guess, through Nordicity. And today we have a short presentation to provide information and share the findings of the feasibility study. So just to give a little bit of context, Council supported and provided structure to this study by putting together a task force, and it helped shepherd the study and the report back to Council here today, or Committee of the Whole here today. We really want to send a heartfelt thank you out to the task force members. Susan Taylor as the representative for the Kawartha Lakes Arts Council, one of the participating original groups, acted as chair. Athol Hart was vice chair, and he was the representative from the Kawartha Lakes Culture and Heritage Network. Then we also had Patrick Murphy and Barbara Doyle. They had applied to be community members at large. And then Councillor Tracy Richardson and Councillor Seymour Fagg. And former members were Beverly Jeeves, who represented the Culture and Heritage Network when it first was initiated, the task force, and Diane Lister, and she was our creative economy representative, and she also participated in the onboarding of the consultants and the panel process. Unfortunately for us, she moved to Kingston, and so had to leave her role as task force. I was the recording secretary for the task force and the project manager, and the study was led through economic development with a fantastic interdepartmental support team we called a technical advisory committee. And they were cross-section, and as you'll find, this study touched a lot of different departments and has a lot of moving parts. Next slide. The process that was followed was through building and property division. They have this facility analysis and master planning framework, and the study was founded using this framework, and it was engaged to ensure that the analysis was based on current demand, also future demand, to plan and manage for the change that we're having in our community. Findings to be presented reflect this process and give valuable information that hopefully will inform our next steps. Next slide. So as I had alluded to, the request for proposal to conduct this feasibility study, it was issued in July, and Nordicity and JIMO Architects were the successful consultants. And I will now pass it over to Julie and Stephanie for the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you through you, Mayor Latham. Thank you all for having us today. Oh, great, we can keep the slide deck going. We're really pleased to be presenting the results of the feasibility study for a cultural center in Kawartha Lakes. My name is Julie Whelan, and as Donna mentioned, I'm a director at Nordicity and was the project manager for this study. Nordicity is a global consulting firm in the arts, culture, and heritage sectors, as well as the creative industries. We were thrilled to be working with JIMO Architects on this project, and I'll just pass to Stephanie to introduce herself.
Thanks, Julie. I'm Stephanie Ma, the creative director at JIMO. We're an architecture firm that integrates design, sustainability, and heritage conservation, and we've been working collaboratively with Nordicity on this.
Great. So today we're really providing a brief overview of the study's findings. This is really a snapshot of a much larger report, which is available online for anyone who wants to take a deeper review. To lead with our conclusions here on the slide ahead of you, we assessed that Kawartha Lakes requires a new cultural center to support a range of community space and programming needs, as well as a new archive facility. There's an opportunity for a new facility to be built that combines these functions and allows for the creation of a potentially transformative cultural center or cultural hub. The report itself provides detailed specifications as far as the sort of features, the size and scale, the design guidelines, even construction considerations for the cultural center. That said, no specific site or location was identified as feasible at this time, or at least that matched the needs we identified. However, the location analysis in the report provides insights into key factors or criteria that would be relevant for consideration for any future site. And we can go to the next slide. So what's the sort of vision for the cultural center? And Donna alluded to this building on quite a lot of work previous to us being engaged, but through our public and stakeholder consultations, the emerging vision for the center is a space that really responds directly to the needs of the city and to the sector itself, and would provide opportunities to celebrate Kawartha Lakes' rich cultural and heritage assets and greater public access to those assets. So that might be through exhibitions, spaces for cultural and creative gatherings. It would house and showcase those assets in a space that's fit for purpose for long-term care and management. So thinking of really those, distinct archive needs and standards, as well as improved access to materials and assets for research or educational purposes. Provide support to the broader cultural and creative sector, which is seeking affordable, accessible and professional space to create and practice. So that might be through rehearsal spaces, incubation or studio spaces. And also it should be a center, it should be a space that responds effectively to the community's future needs for the cultural and heritage sector. So thinking of flexible spaces that would be sort of future oriented or open to responding to needs of the future. And I'll hand to Stephanie to talk through the location in more detail.
Thanks, Julie. So once this vision was developed, the next steps was to start looking towards the tangible elements of what this cultural center could look like. We started by investigating over 50 sites and assets, and through this assessment of existing conditions and programming, the facilities availabilities, site visits, as well as the public consultation that helped better define the location needs. There was a list of potential sites shortlisted. And then through the development of the desired features that are outlined in detail in the report, the things that are kind of considered a must-have, should have, or could have of this cultural center from a programming perspective. These then allowed us to do size calculations that determined what is the actual square foot range that would be needed to provide space for these activities. The result of this process is a recommendation found in the report on 2 feasible size ranges or scale options for the hub, which are medium or large. And these square footages were then used to further assess potential locations and site configurations to see if any locations could feasibly allow for the support of these square footages. So as mentioned in the earlier slide, no specific site was identified as feasible at this time, mostly due to being unable to meet the size needs or requiring just further assessment and considerations to confirm. However, though no site was identified right now, the location analysis provides insights into key factors that should be further considered to identify a site in the future. Next slide, please. The report also includes a substantial section on design and standards guidelines. This section of the report includes categories outlined here: supporting culture through design excellence, leveraging heritage for placemaking, social, economic, and environmental sustainability, designing with Indigenous communities, and archive and collection storage standards. These have been developed to describe important features that should be applied to the design and construction of the cultural center, regardless of the size, scale, or final location selected. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Stephanie. So On this slide, we just talked very briefly about some of the governance priorities described in consultation that would be important factors for the success of this facility. They might be embodied, through the structures, the systems, or the practices of the cultural center. So we really heard that there was a desire to continue the balanced nature of municipal and community input in future stages of this center's development. The drawing up of a clear shared services model or agreement would go a long way to building trust and kind of clarity and understanding among potential partners. This need was expressed in part, not only, but in part because of the kind of the security issues we might think of when talking about transporting and handling what might be very rare or sensitive archives artifacts or materials. So just thinking of how to explicitly state what the shared services model would look like. In the same vein, the public and the culture and heritage community, really had consensus. There was great consensus about the center being a place that was affordable to access, both for the public, but also for the organizations that would seek to sort of rent or use the space for programming. So that has to be sort of a key principle, that affordability. Also, the center should seek to represent and amplify existing cultural destinations and attractions in Kawartha Lakes through its activities, through its policies, find ways to really promote the culture and heritage sector as a whole. Interviewees and task force members really viewed partnerships as having a strong impact on the potential success of the center, be those with post-secondary institutions, Curve Lake First Nation, local and regional cultural institutions and organizations, other maybe not-for-profits, and so on. So to be explored further, but just interesting to note the focus on partnerships. And finally, as we kind of look ahead, the cultural center would be conceived or designed and built in a way that accommodates Kawartha Lakes' future growth, which we've heard quite a bit about today. But so yeah, with that growth in mind. As far as governance, we would recommend exploring multiple models for municipal cultural centers that involve the community, including, say, for example, having an independent board or other ways to involve input from the sector, from the cultural sector. In next steps, we leave you here with pretty high level next steps for the fairly near term. Obviously, to Stephanie's points, the site selection is a pretty key milestone looking ahead, and a lot would kind of hinge on the site selection. But through this forum and online, the city is sharing the results of the study. So for the public and cultural community and potential partners to absorb, with the criteria in the report, undertake further site exploration and ideally selection and further feasibility analysis. That may involve expanding the field of potential options under consideration. Continue to adjust the cost estimates provided in the study. So if you dig further into the report, you'll see that we really describe our projections as starting points or a tool for to be used and to be adjusted as further information comes in, rather than these are not quotes. The costs we've projected or estimated. So continue to refine those models as more information comes in and is solidified. That could also include identifying and initiating a fundraising and financing strategy that would look at kind of what the optimal blend of financing structure might be or fundraising sources. A few were identified in the study again, but looking at what would be really realistic for this concept and for this community. And then finally, with everything falling into place, advance to the design or an award of an RFP for full architectural services. So that's our overview of the highlights or the headlines of the feasibility study, and I'll just hand back to Donna from here.
Great. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure you were completely finished there as you were ping-ponging back and forth. Thank you. I'll get a motion to receive the presentation, and we'll see if there's any questions. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Vaile, questions? Questions for the consultant? Councillor Riley?
Okay, maybe I don't know exactly, which maybe to Donna. I've just kind of heard throughout the community just some thoughts about some of the existing organizations They have concerns about a new cultural center around, first of all, competition for space, competition for fundraising, about a one site-specific location. And so I just wonder if you could kind of speak to that, and then realizing that, you know, this isn't going to happen tomorrow, which was addressed in your presentation, that this is a growth over not only to provide the cultural center or whatever it is to be for our present growth, but also for the future. And realizing that as a municipality, we have a responsibility to provide the proper infrastructure for culture and heritage in our community. So maybe to Donna, you probably know, you were probably there as much as any of you wish to answer that.
Sure. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor O'Reilly. I think that with all of the sort of from that objective perspective that Norda City and JIMO brought forward, and the sort of the impetus for this whole thing being community driven, I really think that the cultural center, as it's being sort of presented today, and the workings for future development, are really are responding to a need that's not being met. And so it's not so much that it's in competition, it's a collaborative process with existing facilities, with existing program opportunities, with existing demand requirements, and that will sort of all go on this journey together. And I know that sounds a little bit high level, but you know, as the consultants have shared, there wasn't actually a site that came sort of to the surface. And so there is some work with that site selection and kind of the mechanics of the building and where it's actually located and how accessible it will be it public transit or walkability, the various services that are around it, the new communities that are coming in, the projected growth, another probably 30,000 people. It's transformative in its infrastructure. And so it's not so much as a competing as an actual hole that's been identified and then a response to be able to fill that hole. And I think it is really important also to identify that the sort of the guts or the meat of the buildings, things were recommended, such as like maker spaces, which we don't have in the community at the moment. You know, community infrastructure like a commercial kitchen, which can be used for incubation for creative economy type of businesses, but it also can be used for like conferences, you know, meeting space, which we don't really have at the moment. There's a lot of demand for actual like exhibitions and workshops with things like weaving or fabrics or fine art, painting, pottery, all of those types of things that don't exist at the moment from a purely community perspective. There is a real demand for creative traveling exhibits or doing collective like temporary exhibits showcasing artifacts of our actual community cultural nonprofits that we have in the municipality as it stands today. So, and you know, Pat Murphy, he gave a great example, and he was on the task force, but he's also an active member. He's a member of CLAC. He's a member of a 65-piece brass band that really has almost no place to practice because there isn't that type of space available in the municipality as it stands today. So it's not so much that it's competing as actually providing a great platform to actually build the arts and culture and creative economy, and also to be able to piggyback onto the archives and the sort of curatorial space that's been identified and required. That almost gives us sort of economies of scale and a consolidation of costs, and does that kind of one-stop shop. And then the research that can happen, the extension of our archives and extension of our collection can be expressed and can be experienced in lots of different ways. And whether that's for people coming in to do research, or that's people that are actually been here for, 5 generations, 7 generations. And it also would provide a very safe and very secure way to protect and preserve and to celebrate the artifacts and our sort of our cultural assets that we have, that some of our existing cultural organizations have shared. They have, say they have one of the former Reeves chairs, and it's just too big. It's physically too big for what they actually have for their own building. And so it's some of them are just as simple needs like that. So I think from a facility perspective, I don't see that there's competition. And also from a sort of a funding perspective, the consultants have recommended, or one of the funds they've recommended is the Canada Cultural Spaces Fund. And I've talked with their staff, and there isn't a sort of a limit on how many applications can come from a municipality. So it's not that if we apply, no one else can. The fund doesn't work that way. And there's been some great capital investment, say Kawartha Settlers Village. They just opened up their brand new visitor center, and that was funded by Trillium. Kirkfield Historical Society Museum, they just did a fantastic renovation of the church, the sort of what would have been the meeting place, kitchen area, congregational sort of after church social area. It's beautiful, and they've done a great job in integrating the old and the new. I think that some of our organizations like Void, with the library relocating, they've been able to reclaim space within their existing structure and are looking for opportunities for programming or partnerships. So I'm not really sure about that from a funding perspective either, because a lot of our organizations have done very well and have really kept their eye on the ball and made sure that their facilities are keeping pace with the needs in their heritage or in their museum sector. And I guess that's the other thing too, is that nowhere is it suggested that a museum is opening in this cultural center. It's not that. It's more of a creative placemaking opportunity, an area for people to meet, for them to explore, for them to learn, for them to celebrate, or for them to actually sort of manifest that creative side. And it's something that is, as the study has shown, it's something that actually is really needed in our community.
Thank you, Donna.
So that was kind of a long way of.
Yeah, I've got a few other questions here, so is that good?
No, I just said that it's an exciting opportunity, as I see. Yep.
I think she certainly answered your question. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to be quite as long. My understanding was, like when I first joined council, all the various arts and cultural groups competed with each other for funding, and as a result got very little of it. But with the creation of the Art Council and the historical groups, everybody now seems to be working together. My vision of what they're talking about is it's almost like a hub. It's a place where accommodations don't become the key working ingredient, but it's that's there. They've got a place to work. They can work together. They cooperate. And my vision is that long term, it'll be a focus. It'll be a spot where everybody wants to go. These small groups like quartets and so on and so forth, they don't have a place, and they never are going to have a place until we build a cultural center. So that's what I view this as being. It's everybody working together to build something that they need.
Agree. And if they're not working together, they should be. Yeah, Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So this cultural center, would it house artifacts or not?
I'm not sure. Julie and Stephanie, do you want to jump in on that one? Or?
There is in the square footage, in the report, there is a size and square footage calculations, and in that it does include space for archives and storage.
Archives or artifacts?
It is space that's considered both, so archive, but also collection storage.
And where where are those archives and artifacts currently located?
They're at our record center. They're down at our record center is where they are right now. Partially, among other places. Yep.
Yes, but my question is, I was under the impression, or certainly it had been tossed around, that rather than build a new building, rather than find an existing building and repurpose it, that there could be many cultural centers throughout the community, and that we would use where existing collections exist and where existing priorities for culture were being addressed, that those would be used to provide an experience for people to go to the different parts of our city. Now we seem to be talking about a cultural center accessible by transit, which says to me that it must be in Lindsay or accessible from Lindsay. Am I correct in that assumption, or am I missing something?
I don't think that there is any discussion of the archives and record center that have on Mary Street is through this exploration in the study, it was shown that the building itself is already, and certainly community services and ALEC in New York have a much greater handle on these types of information. So I'm just relaying the information that's been kind of shared overall with this study. And so the building itself is sort of at its half-life, and to extend, to add on for what has, as Angela Fernelli and the clerk's office and records management has shared, for them to actually be able to have people come in and do research, for them to be able to store artifacts and records in different ways, for climate control, for the expectation of future growth. The building itself is sort of beyond its use. And in addition to that, of course, as of last March, Council directed the development of a curatorial services position. And so Laura Love was hired back in January, and she is looking after and starting to sort of figure out the collection that the municipality has from a 3D perspective, an artifact collection. And so as that things are cataloged and the requirements for storage, from what was sort of shared and through this exploration, that there are artifacts kind of all over the municipality. And artifacts can be everything from, fire hall to, old schools to the torch for, the Olympic Games. It is a I don't want to say never ending, but it is a vast array of types and inclusions in your artifact collection. And so at the present, there's a need for a new archive and collections facility. And so that's actually sort of the other hand in the partnership. And so the cultural center, which is more arts and culture based, and has this sort of shared curatorial space for the cultural organizations that were interviewed way back, 5 years ago, and have been part of this discussion for at least a decade. There was indication through the cultural master plan that upwards of 7 of those 10 to 12 organizations were interested in shared curatorial space and shared collection space so that they could manage their collections to the utmost of their ability without actually having to put in massive amounts of capital or massive amounts of infrastructure, some of which as smaller nonprofits, they're just not willing to do or not able to do, or don't feel that there's a need when they could actually come together and jointly work together on these types of things. So that's sort of how the archive and the collection space fits with the cultural center activities. There was on Jump In, there was a survey that was put forward by Norda City, and we had upwards of 220 responses, and there was lots of demand for cultural experiences and activities and being able to access it from an accessible financial and physical and sort of emotional way. And so the marrying of those two provides that kind of economies of scale. And the ability to do research and actually have an accessible archive and records facility is a great benefit. That's sort of what came to the surface. So it's not so much that it's going to be changing the configuration of the collections in the municipality, like of the cultural nonprofits that exist already. It's up to them to see the value and want to partner and be able to have really secure, safe, appropriate storage for some of the artifacts that they don't feel that they have the space or the ability to manage at present. And so that's another thing that I think will be explored in this phase 2, and to see how that kind of can manifest itself and have that shared service agreement, as Julie mentioned earlier.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
Just had a follow-up motion after discussion, if that was okay.
We're just doing the presentation right now. We're not at the report yet, so.
That's fine. Yeah.
Councillor Richardson, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, I want to thank everyone up on the screen there. It's been a lot of work, and I think this is like the first phase. This is a critical step that we needed to take, so we had that framework in place. So we have identified the needs in our communities, and now the next step is how do we service those needs in our communities. So I recognize that, it's all about collaboration between our arts and our culture and our heritage, and I think what we've accomplished through this first phase is identifying those and figuring out what needs do we need to get across the communities. And right now we have smaller sectors that, are busting at the seams, so to speak. So, when we move to the next phase, we might be able to offer that collaboration so they can do exhibitions. And, we all recognize here that, this is a viable part of urban and rural economics. So I'm glad to see where we've gotten through this first phase, and I'm looking forward to phase 2, so we can move forward with this project for the entire city of Kawartha Lakes. Those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, maybe for Julie, just as probably you've done this before, I assume, Julie. So maybe even a bit of Stephanie. So what do you see as the biggest challenge for a culture center in a community like ours? I mean, the city of Kawartha Lakes is fairly unique. The size of it, our different communities. There's a lot of heritage and culture in individual communities in our city. We're trying to put a cultural center together, not to take away from our communities, but to add to our communities. And I think that's where some of us are sort of struggling. It's, if we were a city of Ottawa, is a cultural center needed? And, one big center in the middle of town benefits, everybody's there. But, we have a lot of communities that have been doing their thing and doing it well, some better than others, for many, many years. So what did you see as the biggest challenge just for a municipality our size with some of those different needs? And I think that went back to the spokes and wheel or hub, model. But I'm struggling a little bit with, we're talking about how big a cultural center we need. Are we really talking about how does our cultural center help all of our community, not just the community where it's being built in? And I just wondered if you have any insight on that.
Sure. or Donna, did you want to weigh in, or this? Oh yeah, the Stephanie Tuggan. I think I think we've really been talking about in this last discussion, and there's the space, and then there's the programmings and how that space is sort of animated and what it does for the community, how it's how welcoming is it, how accessible, and how is it really finding that delivering on that match between the demand and what it can do. So I think this, it's all, obviously the study was all about space and square footage and construction and site, but there's the next phase will get into really the programming and that shared service agreement and the how it will actually kind of deliver on the promise, I guess, of amplifying and supporting all of those fantastic destinations, be it Fenland Falls, Bob Cajun. We got to see lots of them on our site tour. So that's not that how is a big how, and is a big question that will probably need to be continually revisited and reinforced through the sort of through phase 2, and not. But I think everyone seems to. It's on the table. It's the first question today or the second question today. It came through consultations, and so it's the I think awareness of needing to provide that support, because the structure is only, or the container, a terrible word, but the container is only one piece of the puzzle, and then the next phase will probably get a lot more into some of those almost hard or as hard to navigate discussions. But I think that they're really well, as Donna said, really well positioned to tackle all of those and that collaboration. I don't know, Stephanie, what do you think? Any other unique challenges facing Kawartha Lakes? But that's the sort of abstract one.
Sure. I mean, I think that with these questions coming up, that is sort of identifying a challenge, but it is a challenge that isn't just coming up right now in this meeting. It's was something that was made well aware to us at the very beginning of this project, and it informed a lot of the study. So that's why we started the beginning of the study with understanding all of the existing assets, facilities, programming. Even if they weren't sites that we were considering for a center specifically, we needed to deeply understand all that Kawartha Lakes already is offering and how diverse it is. And then that informed that the recommendations we made were only for addressing future growth needs of spaces that don't exist right now. And I think there's an exciting sort of personally, but there's a lot of work to be done on the next steps. But I think there is an opportunity for, if there is something like a hub where different people from the community can gather and share ideas and connect, it could help leverage all of the communities across Kawartha Lakes. There's so many different heritage organizations and museums, and if it's up to them if they want to be using this place, but I could see myself visiting this and then getting to hear about all the stuff happening at the different organizations across the city, but in one place, and then being inspired by that, and then going to visit and support all of those different places. So I think that's an exciting opportunity, but also lots of work that we've identified in the next steps to further refine this. This is very much just a very preliminary, here's our objective observations on needs, and the community can choose to work together towards what that actually looks like.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So phase 2 that you're asking council to sort of move forward with this is really not just about, it's not just about where do we build this, how big do we build it, but it's about how do we build it so that it benefits every culture and arts heritage organization in our city, as opposed to, maybe taking away from them, and I think we have some incredible communities and some incredible buildings in our city, and we struggle here at this council about how do we reduce our footprint. So we're talking about increasing our footprint, So, you know, we need to make sure that if we're increasing our footprint, and that needs to be done as our municipality changes, that, you know, how do we incorporate the rest of our city in that footprint? I mean, I'm you know, obviously a cultural center needs to be in a population hub. I understand that. But it's critical that that hub is built so that it benefits the rest of our city and all the culture and arts organizations that want to be a part of it, you know, that it benefits the Kirkfields and the Woodvilles and the Cobeconks. Otherwise, we're failing, and we're just building another building that, you know, that at the end of the day, 10 years from now, somebody's going to say, we have too many buildings. We have some great people in our community, and we need to make sure that, you know, that as we move forward into phase 2, and I'm fully supportive. I want to make sure that that we're clear, that you're clear with me, that, you know, we're not just talking about size and scale of a building, but what will that building and the programming do to really, really help our entire community across the whole city. So just, you know, if I'm wrong, tell me. I don't think I am. I think we're talking about the same thing. The only other quick question I had was, you talk about 100,000 in the report, feasibility analysis in the next phase. But didn't we just do a feasibility study? Isn't that what this was? So maybe you can just explain to me why we're doing another feasibility study, or is that feasibility of a location in a building as opposed to feasibility of, do we need a facility in our city? Maybe you can just clarify that for me.
I think that's usually.
Oh, sorry. Yes. But no, you exactly right. This was sort of feasibility of demand, getting the understanding of the site and possibilities, various criteria, and phase 2, just as you laid out, it takes all of that further, but with that real, in fairness, focus on the site selection. Stephanie, I don't know if you, I mean, I think phase 2s are quite typical. You know, as you're kind of narrowing in, this would be a pretty common next step. But Stephanie, you might have more.
Yeah, exactly as it was stated, that this was an initial feasibility to understand if there is a need for a cultural center. It focused a lot on public consultation, on understanding programming needs, operational, but just it really skimmed high level. And then the results of this were essentially determining, yes, there is a need for this. And then the next step on when a location would be selected, it would be typical that a feasibility study for the design specifically would be undertaken. That would look at, you know, the details of what does the building look like, what is the actual square footage. We only provided general ranges, but you would do a design feasibility study that would also make sure like the location has, you know, water servicing and transportation access, like the more details of the building and location. We weren't yet at that level of detail. We're still just developing the early framework.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Councillor Vail, are you good? You good? You had a question? No more questions? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much for the overview. We have a report in front of us, 641, Cultural Center Feasibility Study Findings. Motion is there. That report ED 2022-032 Cultural Center Feasibility Study Findings be received. Feasibility study for a cultural center in the city of Kawartha Lakes dated May 27, 2022, including recommendations and conclusions, be prepared by Nordicity and JAMO, and attached as Appendix A be endorsed, that up to $100,000 be included in the 2023 special project budget to initiate Phase 2, site exploration, selection, and feasibility analysis. That council thank the task force and its members, Susan Taylor, Athol Hart, Patrick Murphy, Barb Doyle, and former members Diane Lister and Beverly Jeeves for their essential service, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Anybody want to move that? Councillor Yeo, thank you. Second by Councillor Dunn. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Yeo?
Yeah, briefly. I look forward to getting the next report, because it is something to get excited about, but it'll be even more exciting when I find out how, to the mayor's words, it's going to fit in all the other communities within our community, which I just spent a whole weekend telling people about our community of communities. So I look forward to that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, just very briefly, when they talk about feasibility, the part that I'm going to be most interested in is we can build something, require something, refurbish it. My biggest question is, what does it cost to operate it, and where's the money? I love the idea. I don't think that they'll be in competition. I think they'll be that they'll work well with other organizations. Certainly the art gallery, for example. The library would love to get them out of there, and they need a bit bigger facility. They have a permanent collection that's permanently hidden because they've got no place to store it. There's our Nioro artifacts that we get every year from our Twin City. Certainly a great spot for Indigenous communities to display things, none of which is in competition. I think it's a springboard that can actually lead to better participation throughout our full community. We can talk about, and I'm not even sure they're still there, but if you go between Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls, there's a place there with all the old cars. It's a great spot. Certainly the museum in Fenelon, but we need a spot that talks about these places. I was up at the Kirkfield Museum. The work they've done there is just amazing. It used to be just a clutter of artifacts. They took them all out of there. They display stuff. They've got artifacts they have to store someplace. So I think a community cultural center is a good idea, but I am worried about the operating cost because that's what kills us every time.
Okay, thank you. Well said. I agree. I think it's exciting, and I think it's critical if we are committed to this, which I certainly hope we are, that we move forward into phase 2 and just take it one step at a time and make sure we get it right. It's going to take time, different funding opportunities, but to not move forward with this would be a real shame. So certainly have my support. Any other questions or comments? Call the question then. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate the overview. And Donna, appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I was wondering, Ms. Dyson is staying here right till the bitter end, and I was wondering if it would be possible to move up Councillor Yo's memo and
I'm
deal
going to
with
do
it.
that after Firo Cats.
Okay.
All right?
Thank
I'm going to
you.
do the cats first because I really want to get the cats out of the way.
All right.
All right, but I'm already on it. Thank you. And I've already let her know she doesn't have to sit here for 4 more hours. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
I just had a small follow-up motion for what we just passed here, supporting the motion, obviously, that we just passed, and what we heard from the consultants, what we heard from us, the representatives of the people, that we've got 3,000 square kilometer community. We've got so many different communities and different cultural clubs in this municipality. And one of the things I was contemplating, and I was doing a bit of research, and I talked to a few councillors. I talked to yourself, Mr. Mayor, and I also talked to Rebecca Mustard, our economic development manager, saying that it is a hub and spoke type of system that we're going to be developing. I mean, when you look at the costs here of upwards to $35 million to build a new cultural center. I know that's on the high side, but that's what it says right there. We all have great facilities and great artistic and cultural benefits and assets in our community. But the follow-up motion I have is, and I was going to bring this as a memo, but we'll bring it as a follow-up motion, as you had said there, that the Lakeview Arts Barn be a contributing partner to the Cultural Center, Kawartha Lakes, just so they could be included. That was my motion.
Are they not included?
I had a meeting with James Barrett, artistic producer of it, and they want to be a partner. I mean, just to be included. That's all. I mean, they've got a great facility, and they've offered their facility as a consideration. So they just like to be part of the whole thing here.
Okay, I'm just wondering if a follow-up motion, if you want, is that, if this moves into phase 2, that the consultants include Lakeview Arts Barn in their future consultations as part of the overall programming, overall site selection, which I think is probably being done anyways. But if you want to add that as a follow-up, that would be my recommendation. Does that work?
great, thanks.
Okay, so that's the motion. Any second? Anybody want a second? Councillor Yeo will second. You've already spoken to it. Do you want to speak to it? I don't think it's necessary, but, you know, if you want to make it as a motion. Any questions, comments? Yep.
Yeah, just so it's clear that they have looked at all the cultural facilities, including Lakeview Arts Barn. They have not been left out, so I think it's important to be clear that they have been included, but if we need to include it again, and then that's fine, but they have been included.
Okay, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? And that motion fails. I think they're included anyways, Councillor. I think everybody is, so I don't think you're losing out anything there. Okay, let's move on to reports. We have stray and feral cats. Mr. Aaron Sloan, and then after stray and feral cats, Aaron is with us. We're going to move up the memo on short-term rentals, and right after that, we're going to do the long-term financial plan because our director has another commitment later on this evening she needs to get to. So, Aaron, you're up. An overview on stray and feral cats, item 7.1. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So stray and feral cats, they've been discussed a number of ways and times since 2006. In 2010, a stray cat task force was established to discuss the issue and to consider municipally operated TNR program. In 2013, council received a report that discussed the trap, neuter, and release as a pilot project and a community education program. In 2013, the decision at that time was that there was insufficient resources, both in people and finances, to support and create a program. But we did amend the bylaw, and we did work with the Humane Society to establish an education program, which ran successfully for a number of years. Late in 2021, Christine Lance made a deputation to council asking staff to investigate how best to protect Kawartha Lakes communities from trap, neuter, and release organizations that operate without any community notice or oversight. In her situation, if council recalls, she had an elderly mother who had some cats. The domestic cats were trapped by the TNR organization that was operating basically unknown in the community. When she found out, she tried to retrieve the cat, and the organization was not cooperative. They refused to return it, and the police services at that time became involved. So while that incident might have been isolated, it was brought to the attention of council, which resulted in direction to staff to review and report back. This report addresses that direction. We have researched the topic and pursued conversations for many years, but over the last couple of years specifically, we have worked and discussed the issue of stray and feral cats with TNR groups, with the Humane Society, and some colony caretakers and members of the public. These meetings will continue in support of a pilot project, or even in support of the general conversation. Some good news stories that have been brought to my attention during this conversation is there are cats that are being neutered, captured and neutered and re-released, or adopted out to other families if the situation warrants. There is an appendix to the report that does discuss that somewhat. The TNR work will continue by these organizations as donations permit, but we're hoping to enhance that with support from council in a pilot project. This report proposes options based on current information. I'm recommending an option that proposes amendments to the animal bylaw, licensing, and enhanced support to pound services, and ultimately out to the TNR program groups. Hoping to start that in 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy Mayor Richardson?
Thank you, and through you, thank you, Manager Sloan. With our pound service agreement expiring at the end of this year too, and with the collaboration with these groups coming forward, do you feel like this is a good partnership for us to, at this time, to move forward with the pilot project?
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor, yes, actually, I do feel that there is a great opportunity here to be explored. Certainly, the pound services agreement is expiring. So automatically, we're already in that trigger mode to review that contract. So this is a good opportunity to look at enhancing services or adding additional items to that agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan.
Thank you, through you. Thanks, Aaron, for this, because I know you've been working on it for a long time. I have a question for you. You mentioned that the licensing that would be able to help the pound services and the TNR groups, would that be some kind of financial to assist them, or did I catch it wrong?
Yeah, so part of this report discusses a licensing aspect for domestic cats. So similar to how we license dogs, we are looking to scope that in a more narrow way, basically applying it to communities that are, rural based, like towns and villages, and urban based, and offering the exemptions that are already in place for barn cats, for example. So we're not looking to impact farming operations or anything of sort of that similar nature.
Okay, thank you. And what are your thoughts on the Animal Care Advisory Committee?
We're kind of already doing that. So if we want to give it sort of an official title and terms of agreement, where we are right now currently is we are meeting with the groups and we're having discussions, and I'm happy to continue down that road.
Okay, thank you. So you don't think it needs to be official? Not yet, maybe the next term of council?
Yes, well, I think we're looking to bring a lot of this online in 2023, and as we look at the different agreements that we have in place, certainly over the remainder of this year, that might be something that we want to become more official, but I think the discussion is really still ongoing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, did you have a question? You're good?
Yeah, just a question. Just a clarification to the manager. The in the report it says stray and feral cats, but you were talking about licensing. Are you licensing domestic cats as well, or just? I just want to get that, and maybe people are not quite clear on this. Who exactly are we licensing? Are we licensing domestic cats and stray and feral cats, or just wondering if you could clarify that, please?
Yeah, so we're not directly licensing stray and feral cats, so they'll end up with colony caretakers as we move forward with the program. So they're not technically owned by anybody, but they're being cared for by somebody. Domestic cats will be compared to similar as we license dogs at this point, and we're limiting that sort of licensing mechanism to communities. So for the town of Lindsay, for example, Bobcage and Fenelon Falls.
Okay, thank you. What do you want to do, council? I need a motion. As printed, I think it's a good program. We need to put something in place. Councillor Seymour Fagan, second by Councillor Yeo. Do you want to speak to it? You have? You good? Everybody good? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Aaron. Don't go away. Short-term rentals. 8.8, we're going to move Councillor Yeo's memo up for short-term rentals. Go ahead, Councillor Yeo. I'll turn it over to you for a quick overview and why this is here, and then we'll have a discussion.
Okay, do you want me to read the recommendation?
Please.
I recommend that the memorandum from myself regarding short-term rentals be received, that staff continue to monitor and track complaints this summer, and bring back a report in quarter 1 of 2023 with budget considerations and options to regulate and license short-term rentals in Kawartha Lakes, and that these recommendations be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Yeo. Somebody want a second? Councillor O'Reilly. Go ahead, Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this discussion has been going on for a while. I get numerous calls and complaints from people who have had short-term rentals pop up all around them, their neighborhoods on the lakes and stuff. And I have been telling everybody when they contact me that council instituted a graduated fine system, and that complaints would eventually lead to monetary fines to the business or homeowner that eventually we hoped would bring stuff down to a dull roar, and that the monetary fines would outweigh the fact that these people aren't around and don't see what happens on the weekend to their rentals. I guess my thought is if it's working, it's not working fast enough, and people are getting just irate at what's going on in their neighborhoods, and I can't blame them. I've witnessed it on a couple of occasions, and it's nobody wants to live beside something like that. And the fact that the owners who own these properties don't care what goes on, and it's a crime. At the same time, and I don't want to be thought that I'm against this totally, at the same time, there are hundreds of people out there who rent out their properties and are responsible and look after them, and they rent them out to good people who want to come up here and enjoy the Kawartha Lakes. So part of it kills me to do this, but the part of me that feels for the people who do come up here every weekend or spend their summers here at their family cottage, and they're just getting their freedom of enjoyment taken away from them. So I hope we get some information back, and I hope there's something we can do through bylaw to regulate and license these things, to maybe turn some of these people away and not do it if they're not going to look after it. Thank you.
There you go. I was going to speak to it, but I can't add to that. Well done. You seconded it. You want to say anything?
No, it's good. I just, maybe Aaron will know if there's some templates out there in the other municipalities that we can work with, maybe make this work better for everybody.
Agree. Aaron, do you see the motion in front of us? I think you're monitoring now. We are finding some people for calls. That escalating has helped, but obviously you heard the comments. It's not. At some point, we're going to need to do something, and I think does this give you good direction to come forward with some options next year and get something hopefully in place for next summer with budget implications, because there will be a cost to. There's no sense putting anything in place if we can't enforce it. So go ahead.
Sure, yes. So as you guys, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor to council, as you all know, we have been monitoring this, and there has been past reports since 2018. I have been collecting data directly in regards to short-term rentals. The volume of complaints, surprisingly, when I ran my report this week, are quite low based on the estimated short-term rentals that are here. However, the problems are the problems. So yes, there are other municipalities that are experiencing the nuisance aspect of short-term rentals, and they have licensing programs in place. We are monitoring those and in communications with those municipalities as well, just to see what works and what doesn't work. So I'm quite confident that I can return with a report in the spring next year and discuss all the various options, including budget and staffing.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the issue is it's going to be another year for the people who are affected. I have a number in my ward, and I know several other people have a number in their ward. And Aaron, at CPAC, I did ask the OPP that when they had a call to a short-term rental, that they copy you on the report, and I don't know if that's happening or not.
Well, I want to be honest, and I haven't received notification from the OPP about their numbers of complaints to these locations. I think there may be a bit of a disconnect there that I can discuss with them over during the research phase. They may not know specifically that it's a short-term rental. They may just be responding to a nuisance that's a party or something of that nature. So that's a question that's in my mind to explore. And I will during the research phase.
Well, I'm thinking that, you know, maybe whenever they have a call, whether they know it's short-term rental or not, they advise Aaron and we can find out if it's short-term rental and follow it up that way. But is there anything in the short term we can do to help alleviate the situation that you would suggest?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think people may not 100% agree with this, but I think the mechanism that we have in place is sufficient. We have 27 short-term rental complaints so far this year. So a number of those are repeat complaints, so they will see the escalated fee for our call to service. And so we have options under the various bylaws to you know, to provide some legal action, some escalating fees. I don't have any other mechanism right now to basically provide a better service option. And the research over the next term will provide licensing options back to council.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of being realistic, right? I mean, it's end of June. You're going to have summer. By the time you get something in place, it's going to be August. And you're just giving people hope that something's going to be done this year when, you know, we have some things in place that are helping. We all agree it's not doing enough. So I think this memo, I think it's very important that when we do put something in place, we have the proper people to enforce it, it's done properly, and it's something that will actually have an impact. And if we try to rush something through now, that's not going to happen. And I just think it's counterproductive. So fully support the idea for next year, even though, yes, it's going to take another year. Councillor Vail, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to put in there or ask the question, right? Do we really need to have a further monitoring period? Like, I totally agree with nothing can be implemented until next year because there are budget implications and everything else, but we've been monitoring this for a while. We know what the issues are. We know, everybody in this room and bylaw knows what every other municipality is doing. So really, why not skip a further monitoring phase, and let's get right to figuring out what will work here and get a report ready for budget in the fall and for implementation in the spring.
But doesn't the monitoring feed into that? I mean, the previous direction of council was to monitor and implement these escalating fines for repeat customers. So that's the direction from council. If we're, you know, the more information we have going into next spring with a licensing program, to me, I'm not sure, maybe Aaron's better to answer it. What's the cost of monitor? We're monitoring something that's already there. We're keeping track of numbers and complaints. It's just more information for when we come forward in the spring. I don't think it's a specific program that we have. It's we monitor all complaints. This is part of it that we can apply to the licensing come next year.
I get that, but what's going to come out of this that we don't already know? Right, and I'd ask the question, we've been monitoring this for so long, how many fines have we actually implemented? Because I've heard from a lot of people, and it doesn't sound like, you know, we continue to go out to these things, and it's not sounding like anything has got to a fine situation, period, or very little, let alone an escalating phase.
Aaron, do you want to comment on that?
Sure, I'll start with the first part of that question first, through the mayor to the councillor. So how we are doing things now with the monitoring phase, it's already in place. It's just part of the complaint intake process. So we asked the question, is this a long-term rental, a short-term rental, or maybe this doesn't apply to the situation of every complaint that comes in. So it's just a tick box. It takes very little time from a staffing perspective to conduct that sort of little survey. The importance of this, I think, is we can continue the monitoring. It's helping us, collect information, but based on stats. So like I've said, we've had 27 complaints this year. I think our deputant earlier said that there was about 1,000 short-term rentals in the municipality. That's a lot higher than my estimate of 400. However, 27 complaints so far this year is quite a low number. I'm not taking away the fact that people are living beside these locations and they're not happy with that. So I would like to continue to gather the information, because not only is it giving me data that I can use, but it's also identifying locations which may come into play if we get into a system of licensing. The second part of that question, I don't have the information right in front of me right now in regards to fines. However, I will say that I do know for sure that we have had repeat locations that we've been called to. So the service fee is being applied, and it does escalate first, second, third, fourth time. It does go up in value. So that's an invoice that goes directly to the property owner. The fines, on the other hand, so if somebody is violating the noise bylaw, for example, that can go to the person causing the noise directly at the time of the officer's response. Or if the officer receives a statement later on, we can gather that information and charge the violator at a later date. I'm hoping that answers the question.
Councillor Yeo, you had a follow. Do you want to just sum up? Do you want to just wait and sum up? We got a couple more questions. Deputy Mayor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I guess where my question comes from now is, you know, most of these are not primary residents, the ones that are renting, so they pay the fine and they keep renting. So can we not up the fine to make it harsher?
Through the mayor to the deputy mayor. So yeah, we're talking more about a legal process. So if we find somebody, the way we generally do it is first off, we go for education, then we go for a fine, then we summons them to court. So it's kind of like a three strike. When we go to court, we will ask for a higher fine amount at that time.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you to the manager. Most of these offenses, they occur on the weekend, and on the weekend we have limited resources. If not, we don't have anybody that can respond to these calls. And I would assume that your numbers would be a lot higher if we had more staff and, you know, to get to these calls. But right now, you just logistically, you could verify, but you just don't have the staff to look after all these complaints, or do you?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. So I do have staff that work Saturdays and Sundays. Logistically, it has been a challenge for the last couple of years while we sort of muddle through the pandemic and the issues are from that. But we also have a mechanism in place that my staff don't have to respond you know, at the moment of offense, so to speak. We have the ability to interview, take witness statements, much the same as the police do. And we can respond and we can take legal action or invoice them for calls to service at a later date. So in this way, we really do work with the complainants in these situations to get the best information and to support them the best that we can.
Okay. Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you say ask for a higher fine, can you put a number on that?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So, no, the Municipal Act and the Provincial Offences Act does play a part in the maximum fine amounts. So I think one is a maximum of up to 50,000 and other ones up to 100,000. However, if it's just a first or second offense that we're in at a court level, there's more likely be in the neighborhood of $1,000 to $5,000 that we would ask for, but it's at court's discretion where they would set that.
Yeah, because I would suggest that unless it's $5,000, you're not even going to get their attention. They'll just build $1,000 into their security deposit and give it back if there's no complaint.
It's ultimately up to the court, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like $1,000 probably wouldn't even bat an eye for. My second question is, you mentioned that your officers do work on weekends. What time does their shift end?
The shifts generally end at 6:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sum up, Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and thank you to council. Good questions. I'm somewhat astonished at the 27 complaints this year. I think I've got more complaints than that myself. So I guess the people aren't following up on the complaints, or perhaps it's 27 properties, complainant properties that Aaron is talking about. There's been lots of complaints. And when I tell people on the phone all the time, if, bylaw is not always available after 6:30, obviously, on the weekends. I said, you still got to make the call. You still got to call the city's after hours number. Or when you call the police, you have to ask that officer for an incident number that then you can follow up with bylaw after and say, here's the incident number, because obviously we've heard that the police aren't doing it. So the onus is on these property owners when they do lodge a complaint to make sure bylaw hears about it, because 27 complaints compared to what I'm hearing from people on the phone, on the emails, it's just not jiving. So to all the people out there who are phoning me and emailing me, please do what I'm telling you to do and phone bylaw and get that incident report from the OPP at midnight or whenever you call them and they show up. That police officer hopefully has a piece of paper in his hand. If he doesn't, then you hand him a pen and say, I need some proof that you were here. It's the way it's got to be. We got to make these people understand that this is serious, and it's taken away your freedom to enjoy your place. So, thank you.
Thank you. So the motion as printed on the memo, call the question, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Okay, so let's move to item 717, the long-term financial plan. Let's move that up in the agenda. Director Stover is here. She's going to give us an overview on the financial plan, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. I appreciate you indulging my request to move this up. And I'm happy to finally be bringing the long-range financial plan update to Council for review and consideration. And would like to thank Carolyn Danes, our treasurer, and Adam Found, our manager of corporate assets, as they were very instrumental in putting this together. We've presented to Council a number of times the various components of the financial plan, and what you have attached as Appendix A to the report is consistent with the discussions and direction that was provided. I thought I'd walk you through the appendices to the report, as that's really the meat and potatoes. So if you turn to page 624 of the agenda or page 17 of the plan, that's the summary of the baseline tax-supported capital forecast. This is the component of the capital budget that supports the ongoing repair and replacement of our assets. In 2022, our baseline budget is about $42 million, and you can see that over the 10-year plan, it's anticipated to grow to about $55.6 million. So that's just to maintain our existing assets. On the following page, page 625 of the agenda, or page 18 of the plan, is the list of expansionary tax-supported capital forecast. These projects are primarily growth-related projects or new assets that are not part of our base today. Unlike the baseline capital forecast that steadily grows, This forecast fluctuates year over year. And you'll see on page 626 of the agenda, you'll find that total forecasted expansionary forecast. And then the final component of the capital program is found on page 627 of the agenda. And this is the capital program for Kawartha Lakes Police and the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation. The police budget's relatively consistent year over year, but the Housing Corporation budget grows quite significantly over the 10-year plan. And then moving on to page 628 of the agenda is the special projects budget. And just as a reminder, this budget's primarily studies and plans or other one-time expenditures that don't result in an asset. This is a new budget that council put together over this term of council, and so we've added that to the long-range financial plan. And this forecast, again, is fairly consistent, tax levy funding of about $2 to $2.5 million over each of the 10 years. And then the next few pages summarizes the capital forecast and the special projects budget. And I would turn your attention to page 631 of the agenda, where you'll find the funding summary. And I think this was something that council was looking to see. The last section titled Summary, you'll find the increasing reliance on the asset management reserve. And this is a direct result of council's decision to put in a dedicated 1.5% tax levy increase specific to manage our capital. And then the 3 lines above the total summarizes our reliance on debt for each of the components of the program. Page 632 of the agenda, or page 25 of the plan, summarizes the water and wastewater capital plan. And this is consistent with the forecast that was presented previously to council and approved as part of our water and wastewater financial plan. And then the final 2 pages of the plan is the operating forecast. The first is your tax-supported operating forecast. And you'll note that although council gave us direction on a 3% tax levy increase, you'll see that this percentage is exceeded in most of the years. And although it would appear that we can go into a negative tax levy increase at the end of the 10 years, we certainly don't anticipate that that will materialize. As we know, things change and ebb and flow year over year, and so we'd anticipate that 3% likely will be needed in each of the years. And then on the final page is the water and wastewater operating forecast, again consistent with what's previously been presented and approved to council, and it also requires a 3% annual increase. So in summary, there is a financial gap with this plan. It's not a balanced plan. We do need tax levy increases beyond what council has directed, and we do need debt beyond what council's directed. But as staff, we're confident that with the support of council, we'll be able to address those gaps and leverage things like our reserve strategy that we'll be coming forward with, the debt strategy, and then the revenue strategy as well. And it's just, I think, important to recognize that a long-term plan really is just a framework to help guide council's decision-making. And so we would intend as staff to do a better job of bringing the updates to council as part of the budget process, as an example, or any time we're making other major financial decisions, so that council's fully aware of the impacts of their decision on that longer-term goal of minimizing debt and maintaining an affordable tax levy increase.
Thank you. We'll get, we have a report for the report. So questions, Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's nice to know where we're going. Over the past 3 years, I'll say, we have ended with a surplus. I haven't heard where we stand for 2021, but I would suspect that we have some kind of a surplus for 2021. So when I look at our projections and the fact that we have been, I don't know whether it's fortunate or good fiscal management. I'm assuming it's probably part of each. Can we assume that going forward, there is a likelihood that we will continue to have surpluses? And I know our surpluses are in the range of 2%, 1.5%, 2%, which are still, you know, it's not chump change. Do you have a feel for, I know inflation's probably eating up a lot of things, but hopefully that won't be with us forever, but we can't tell.
Yeah, so through the mayor, at the next council meeting, you'll get the report on the 2021 surplus disposition. And yes, we did have a surplus. But when we do the analysis on that surplus, the vast majority of it is one-time items. They're not things that we expect to repeat year over year. And given the size of our budget, I would think it's reasonable to have a surplus of $1 or $2 million every year, given that there's a lot of unknowns, winter control being a big one. If we have a light winter, we can generate a few $1 million in surplus just from that alone. But on the other hand, we've also seen the years where we have a heavy winter and it's, you know, $2 million deficit as a result of that. And so it's really finding that right balancing act. And I think that that's something, as we come out of the pandemic, sort of see how things stabilize, we would use this tool along with some of the history that we've known to try and balance that out so we don't have large surpluses in any year.
Thank you. The other thing was that when you presented initially, we were looking at a council-approved borrowing range of up to $75 million. I think council at that time asked that it be rejigged so that it didn't exceed 50. Was that taken into account in these numbers, or are we still dealing with the up to 75?
So through the mayor, so the last conversation we had with council, we were talking about having a debt servicing ratio of 10%, with a 10% limit, with 7.5% being allocated towards city operations, and 2.5% being allocated to KLHHC. The plan that you have in front of you can't be accommodated within that debt servicing ratio. And so that's where we're suggesting we'll need to come back to likely the next term of council and talk about some reserve strategies, revisit that debt strategy, look at some revenue strategies. Are there ways that we can bring some of our costs down so that we don't have that reliance on debt?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
When we change the format for housing, when we take it out of the $25 million, can you give me a rough idea of how much that reduces the, like, if you left the 25 million there and created a new fund for housing, can you tell me what the difference in the 25 million would be?
Off the top of my head, I can't. But
Okay, that's fine.
perhaps Carolyn Danes should be on Zoom. She may be able to help you with that.
Carolyn, are you on Zoom? Yep,
Yes,
there you are.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. Sorry, just clarify your question, Councillor Dunn, again. What sort of, like the 25 million that's current debt, I can tell you what of that is KLHHC.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you want. Okay, just let me look and see here. So currently we are sitting at $11,585,000 for KLHHC of that 25 million. Plus we also, if you recall, we also have that special debt that doesn't relate to KLHHC, but does relate to various projects within the tax levy portion.
So about 40% of our debt right now, of the 25 million, and I don't want to talk about the special debt, yet.
No, yeah.
So about 40% of our regular council authorized debt is consumed by KLHC? Roughly 35-40% in that neighborhood someplace?
Actually, our $25 million debt limit is on the tax levy debt. It does not include KLHHC.
Okay, all
What
right.
we have been doing with KLHHC has been keeping in mind what they came in at amalgamation with and ensuring that we aren't going over that amount until we could get them a debt limit. It's not included, sorry, in that $25 million tax
all
levy
right.
debt limit.
So the $25 million is clean on non-housing, non-water, non-special
Non-housing,
debt?
Yeah, non-water.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh,
No,
okay.
sorry. about
So, and then our housing debt is currently in the $11 million range.
that. It is, yes. Yeah.
Now, and I guess either to you or to the director, because I know we have a housing plan. How much over that $11 million do we anticipate needing to increase our debt by?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Currently, at the end of 2022, will be $11.5 million in long-term debt. If we go forward with the full plan, we will be in $156 million in debt for KLHHC.
Okay.
Given that the latter part of the plan have not been, properties have not been identified at this point. They brought the affordable housing update to council when the manager was Hope Lee. And it was recommended that there's a certain number of units would be constructed over a 10-year period. So that's in line with her plan to construct those units for the over the 10-year period.
I'm not going to say it.
This is, of course, with no grant funding either.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So
Because
very minimal grant funding. I'm not sure, on our last KLH board meeting, there was concern indicated that some of the projects are not being, that will not be sustainable given the increase in interest rates at this time. So there is discussions about grant funding and other revenue that could be brought into play with their projects, which is not factored in here at this point because those issues were not prevalent at the time because we were looking at a 2% to 3% interest rate on that debt.
Okay. I have a major issue. Like, I like numbers. I like 25 million, 30 million, et cetera. Because when councils I've been through, well, 13 budgets at either town or council level or city level. And what I've consistently found is that we go along and as we examine the budget, the only thing we really get excited by is the tax levy budget. And as soon as somebody says, well, that's on debenture, oh, okay, that's fine. And we sort of move on to the next one. I'm going to suggest we tend to be less diligent when it's funded by debentures or when it's funded by reserves. So the fact that we're going to automatically every single year with this current plan increase our ability to borrow so that we can say, well, we don't have to worry about it, it's funded by debenture, scares the hang out of me. So what I'm looking for now and what I will continue to look forward through the entire process is I'll be looking for hard numbers because that forces us to make a decision. And sometimes, you know, be it housing or be it the stuff we spend the 25 million on, sometime or sooner or later, we're going to say no. I mean, it's a great idea, but no, we're not going to do that. And so I guess what I'm trying to tell you or forecast to you is I'm against the idea of that blanket percentage increase, and I'll deal with that when the time comes but I do have some numbers in my brain now that I can sort of kick around. Thank you.
Yeah, so through the mayor, just to add to that, that was part of the reason we put in a debt servicing ratio. When I presented the last time to council, we're well over 6% of the maximum 7.5% currently. So there isn't a lot of room to take on additional debt with the debt strategy as it's written today and as it's written in this plan. And so we do recognize that there's a lot of debt required in this plan that's simply not affordable. And so we will have to work with the next term of council to figure out a strategy moving forward to be able to maintain our assets and do all the things we want to do as a municipality while being fiscally responsible.
Yeah, like the only comfort I take is that regardless of the decision that we as a council make here, in November, December, the new council can say, no, we're not going to go that way anymore. So I do take some comfort in that. But I'm afraid that when we start doing our 23 budget, that this new debt strategy will be forming part of the 23 budget, and council, the new council may not have a chance to catch their breath before they're faced with making a decision.
So just for clarification, as the interest rates go up, our debt capacity goes down. So we might be at 6% now. We're saying cap it at 7.5 for the tax levy. But if interest rates continue to climb, that's hardly going to amount to any increase in our debt ceiling at all. Whether you have a hard number or whether it's a capacity, we're almost there already, right? So, okay. Councillor Richardson?
Thank you. Through that is Tracy, exactly. That was the exact point I was just going to make, is how we move forward with those interest rates climbing. And I know we're forecasting and we're talking about the future, but our statements just went out. And, it's been loud the last week since those statements went out. And, people are concerned. But, they want more, but they don't want to pay for more. So you're right, we're going to have some serious decisions moving forward. And, us putting this strategic plan in place and recognizing that we're going to have to manage our reserves differently and we're going to have to manage those revenues differently is so critical. And I think, we have to get the message out there that it's costing us more to do less as well. So it's just more of a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the director? So a couple of comments I have on your report. Your report? Adam's report, your report. So one of the paragraphs here, and we've got people probably in this room and people out there who think our financial plan we put in place is a total waste of time and it failed, and and I read this report and I'm kind of like, yeah, I take a little bit exception to some of the comments, but that's okay. I mean, it's true. But I always go back to, this council put a financial plan in place several years ago, a 10-year plan, didn't work out for various reasons as we hoped it would have. And then there's a comment in here, that the financial plan, the city's asset management reserve has in fact deteriorated over the financial plan. But what if we'd done nothing? Like, what if we hadn't put, those are single comments that are in, that I read and so we put this plan in place and we're in worse shape than we were. What if we hadn't put the plan in place? Would we not be not behind the 8 ball, but on the other side of the room? Not even close to the pool table to start with? I mean, it just seems like we're talking about why it didn't work, but realistically, it didn't work as well as it should have worked. But it was still a good idea to put a plan in place in the first time because it gave us a lot of information that we can now need to probably put a much more accurate plan in place.
Yeah, through you, I would agree. I think that, again, I go back to the financial plan isn't intended to be set in stone that every year we have to follow it exactly as it is. It's really intended to be a framework to help guide decision making. And there was a lot of things that happened since the implementation of this plan that we could never have predicted, like a pandemic. I think the comments suggesting that originally when the plan was created, our asset management reserves were going to grow at this extreme rate, and we weren't able to do that. But having said that, we also were able to put in some capital programs that we didn't intend previously. We got some one-time revenues that came in that we weren't anticipating. There's a lot of positives, to your point, Mayor Latham. There's a lot of positives that also happened in that last 4 years, and so it needs to be a balanced message.
But I mean, thank you, but part of that is council, we as a council need to react every year to the situation. We have a plan and, we endorse this plan. But next year when the new council comes forward, we don't know what the situation's going to be. Previous term of council, we put an 8% tax increase forward because it was needed at the time to help us do a little bit of catch up. But then during the pandemic, this council made the brilliant decision, in my opinion, to do a 1.5% tax increase because the situation warranted it. And that all affects our plan. And I think the fault in the plan was we didn't know how it affected the plan. We looked at the situation. We have to do something as a council. I don't care what your plan is. We've got real issues right here today. What do you want to do? And we made those decisions, and hopefully future councils will still be able to do that. I think what I like about what I hear here is that, if a council reacts and says, okay, our target is 3% in the financial plan, your debt capacity is this, we're having something's happened and we need to do a 1% tax increase, don't disagree, but let me show you how that affects your long-term financial plan and what result that's going to have. And then if you're okay with that, then it's a good decision. But to not know that at the time, right? We're just kind of like, we need to do it. Council has to be able to react to the needs of our residents today. Never mind what the 10 or 20 or 50-year plan is down the road. But knowing how that affects our long-term plan, I think is critical moving forward. So I fully support the plan here. The debt, increasing a little bit of debt doesn't scare me. I think we've made some good adjustments moving forward. This isn't willy-nilly stuff that we're going to pay for. This is stuff we need to do. So if somebody doesn't want to move forward with some extra financing to help pay for our assets, then I hope the second part of their conversation is, well, what do you want to close? What do you want to reduce as a service level to offset it? Because even at this, we're not meeting the needs, moving forward. So something's got to give. And if we keep saying, I don't like this, or I don't want to do this or go this route, which I get, but what's the other side? Then what do you want to do? I think it's good. I think it gives future councils a good base, gives you guys something to plan around coming forward. And then council can look at it and, and pay attention to what's debentured and make some decisions. And if they don't want to go there, then don't go there. But it's not fantasy projects that we just want to do this and we want to do that. I mean, we've all got a list of 100 things that we want done in our communities. And the realism is we can't do them all. And that becomes council's struggle every year. So I think having a plan is crucial. I don't know. Sorry, I got a little off track. Any other comments? We have a motion in front of us. Anybody want to move the recommendation as printed? Councillor Emsley, thank you. Second by Deputy Mayor Richardson, thank you. Any further questions or comments? Call the question, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thanks Caroline and Adam as well for putting this together. Thank you. Okay, let's do another couple of reports. So we're never going to get out of here tonight. So let's go back to our, where are we? 7.2. Thank you. Sherry is going to join us for the proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 69 Rose Street in Pleasant Point. There you are. Hi, Sherry. Do you want to give us
hello,
your usual overview on this report? Go ahead.
Absolutely. So the land management team received a request from the owner of property located at 69 Rose Street in Pleasant Point to purchase a road allowance adjacent to their property. The land management team reviewed the request on July 12th, 2021 and declined it because it was a road allowance leading to water, and they declined it as per council resolution. At the Committee of the Whole meeting on October 5th, 2021, Mr. Clark provided an overview of his request to purchase the road allowance, As a result of that, it was referred back to Realty Services to report back to council at the Committee of the Whole meeting on December 14th, 2021, council made a resolution for staff to commence the process to stop up and close and sell a portion of this road allowance known as Lane E to Mr. Clark, and to require fencing. Public advertising was completed April 7th, 14th, and 21st on 2022, and we did not receive any public comment. The report to advise council has been completed and require that the subject property be declared surplus to municipal needs and approval be given in principle for the closure and sale of the required portion of the road allowance. Council has directed the sale to rectify a side yard encroachment. Side yard does lead to water. However, council directed staff to proceed, and therefore the stop up and close and sale received permission for exemption to section 8 of bylaw 2018-020 as amended. Appraisal is not required as long as the minimum set price of $15 per linear square foot is received. Land management team recommends setting the price at the higher of the appraisal or the minimum set price to net the highest return for the taxpayers.
You nailed it. Thank you. Any questions for Sherry on this report? Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's possible to bring up on the screen page 248 on the big screen.
I don't think so.
Just wanted to point something out there. Just a clarification there. Page 248, that's what it says here, that's what's on the agenda. It's page 248 of 676.
Well, we all have the agenda, so we don't need it up on the screen. It's the map showing the road allowance leading to water, right?
Well, actually, that's what I wanted to clarify. So and I brought this up before, it may be a minor thing, but it's kind of a major thing to clarify that it does not lead to water. It leads to a 5-foot wide footpath called Jesse Avenue. And then when it ends, Jesse Avenue ends at number 69, it becomes an estate footpath. In other words, it's a private footpath. So I just want to point that out. I mean, I don't want to make any other changes here, but we keep saying that it leads to water. It doesn't lead to water. Just put that out there.
No, okay, and it's still, the appraised value or the linear footage, and it's still to deal with the encroachment of the building, right? So it's still, I think the need, the requirement, the rationale is still there, and if it doesn't quite lead right up to the waterfront, then I think that'll be taken into account when they do the appraisal, correct, Sherry?
Correct.
Yeah, so I think we're good, but thanks for pointing that out. Any other questions? Go ahead. You'll move the motion as printed. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, second by Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 7.3, Sherry, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 64 Rideout Street in Lindsay. Go ahead.
Land management team received a request from the owner of the property located there to purchase the road allowance adjacent to their property. The land management team reviewed the request on March 14th, 2022 and had no objections. Public advertising was completed May 12th, 19th, and 26th. And Realty Services has received one complaint, which you had a deputation for today. Land management team determined that the road allowance was not required for municipal purposes, and the interested party owns the property which borders on the road allowance. The appraisal is not required as long as the minimum set price in the bylaw 2018-020 is recovered, which is $20 per linear square foot of the road allowance leading adjacent to a river. And LMT's recommends setting the price at the higher of the appraisal or the minimum set price or net a higher return for the taxpayer. And then if you're interested for the deputation, the owner of the property at 64 Rideout Street has reached out to Realty Services with a recent survey showing that the water's edge is much closer to the property line than shown in the GIS map and the property index map, and that he felt it might be of limited value because it's very small.
Thank you. And wasn't a deputation, we received correspondence, so just for clarification.
Sorry.
But it's okay, but it's for
Sorry,
the
my
active
bad.
transportation plan, so the properties, it's kind of a one-off property. The properties on either side are private property, correct? So there's really no opportunity for any kind of a trail on this side of the river or anything else. So I'm struggling to see the rationale why the city hanging on to this property for future one-off use through a transportation plan would have any value. Anything you want to comment on that?
Only that I agree that I don't see the benefit in hanging on to the property. I don't think it's anything that we would need to use. So,
Thank you.
yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, Councillor Dunn, you have a question? Go ahead.
Well, once again, it's more of a comment. I've studied the property. I don't understand, except for maybe Mr. Petrosoniak misunderstood what the announcement was. But it doesn't hook up to Rainbow Bridge. Like, it's a little tiny piece of property at the end of a road that goes into the lake. And I can't imagine, and I've advised Dr. Petrosoniak that the opportunity to make a deputation still exists on the 22nd, if in fact he wants to speak to it. But it could be a misunderstanding. I just don't see the value to the city in that piece of road.
No, I agree. Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, I just had a question through you to Sherry. Just looking at page 241, we always talk about that we don't want to sell shoreline property, but there's a resolution that council passed, not this council, but a previous one, CR 2001-1025, and if I could just read it. It says that unopened road allowances leading to water shall be retained by the municipality. Upon receipt of a request to purchase an unopened road allowance leading to water, the applicant shall be advised that council is not prepared to consider declaring any unopened road allowances that lead to water as surplus to municipal needs. So are we going against this resolution that was passed, or is that resolution CR 2001-1025 been dissolved, or?
No, this is a shoreline road allowance.
Yeah.
It's not a road allowance leading to water. A road allowance leading to water is the one you just passed previously that the resident, well, you said it didn't lead to water, but when a road allowance leads to the water, that's what that policy refers to. This is a shoreline road allowance, so it's part of the frontage on a person's property. The road allowance at one time ran right along the entire shoreline, and it's different from a road allowance that actually leading to water. These are shoreline road allowances, so two different things. Okay. Councillor O'Reilly.
So just to clarify, as far as you know, that you don't even think that the space is big enough if the master trail plan wanted to go along there that could even support that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't think it would support that. When I saw the survey that the resident brought forward, I don't think it's enough to support a walking path.
Yep. Okay. What do you want to do, Council? Councillor Yeo, as printed?
As printed.
As printed. Thank you. Second. Councillor Seymour Fagan. Any final questions, comments? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. 7.4, Sherry, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of unopened road allowance known as Wellington Avenue and North Station Street adjacent to 71 Sibley Avenue in the geographic village of Omemee in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Go ahead.
All right, so the land management team received a request from the owner of the property located at 71 Sibley Avenue, Omemee, to purchase the road allowances adjacent to their property. The land management team reviewed the request on March 14th, 2022, and had no objections to the request. Public advertising was completed May 12th, 19th, and 26th, and Realty Services did not receive any public comments. Land management team concluded that unopened road allowances were unlikely to be required for future road development, given that the property owner is intending to develop a subdivision and will plan/construct roads that are approved as per the plan of subdivision. Land management team felt it would be appropriate to stop up and close and convey to the adjacent landowner. The interested party owns land which borders the subject road allowances. The land management team felt that this was not required. Because it's not required, as long as we'd approve it, as long as the minimum set price of $15 per linear square foot is received. So the land management team recommended setting the price at the higher of the appraisal value or the minimum set price to net a higher return for the taxpayers.
Thank you. Questions? Anybody want to move the recommendation? Councillor Ashmore, seconded by Councillor O'Reilly, as printed. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Sherry. 7.5, deputation response to vacant dock space associated with 31 Pavilion Road, Verulam. Go ahead.
The property owners at 31 Pavilion purchased the property 5 years ago in 2017. In 2018, they made an application to the land management team for dock space, which was approved, and a letter confirming the city's agreement to enter into a license was sent. To date, they've not entered into an agreement or built a dock on the assigned space. On November 16th, 2021, council passed a resolution to license all existing docks and did not allow for licensing of new docks. Accordingly, 13 residents that had received offer letters, such as the one this resident received, but hadn't yet signed or built their docks, were sent the similar letter advising that they would no longer be able to construct a dock on their assigned space. Hazel Street does not allow for on-street parking due to the street size, and the deputant was one of many requiring a space closer to their home. Trent Severn Waterway requires enough space between structures to pull a vessel onto the shore. Private docking on city property in this area currently does not meet that requirement. There's sufficient space at the end of Pavilion where the deputant wishes to build a dock. However, as stated, the area is already deemed overcrowded by the TSW standard. Other options would be to require Realty Services to bring a report back to council with a recommendation for rearranging all existing docks as to reduce distance between each dock and related property. This is not recommended. Another option is to honor the Realty Services original offer to allow for the dock to be installed before December 31st, 2023. However, this would not be in line with council's original decision and parking issues and does not satisfy the deputant's stated request to have a dock in an area of close proximity to her home.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. I would move that we honor the December 31st, 2023 agreement that we offered them to have their dock installed. If I can get a...
So you move that the report be received, that we honor the original agreement with a deadline of end of this year, and that recommendation be brought forward to consideration in the next regular council meeting?
Yes, please, yeah.
Moved by Councillor Ashmore, seconded by Councillor Yeo. You want to speak to it?
No, the deputant made a good case there. We just saw a presentation, an excellent presentation about accessibility, and this is part of that too. I think we need to we need to keep our word both verbally and in writing, and we gave them our word. We offered them, and we gave them until December 31st, 23. I know what's in writing. Staff have it in writing. And sure, we had a docking policy that we discussed and made changes and we debated for about a year or so. But we need to really honor our commitment that we gave these people.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, you second it? You want to speak to it?
Yeah, just the same lines. They didn't put the dock in by the time we changed it, but we still had the agreement with them to begin with, so we should honor it. Thank you.
But this is not the location that she wants to be. So we're just saying honor that original location. If you want it, take it. If you don't, that's all you're going to get. Right? That's the original agreement.
How far away, through you to Sherry, how far away is the proposed dock space where they would, if this passes, where they would be, as opposed to the one that they want right now, closer to them.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the counselor, I would have to look that up, where the proposed space is.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, just a quick question to Sherry. Did I understand you said 13 other people, their agreements also expired? I understood from the conversation that this agreement had expired. Is it still a valid agreement to put the dock in where we want to put it in? Or is that agreement expired?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the counselor, it's not 13 other people, it's 13 people, including the deputant. And the agreement has expired in the sense that that was council's direction that there would be no new docks built. So we wrote them a letter saying that now their agreement to be able to build the dock had expired.
I'm still confused. If we change nothing, would she still be allowed to build the dock where we suggested? No. Okay, all right, thank you.
Council's put a new policy in place that no more docks. So that, you could say, supersedes the original agreement that they had with 13 residents who had agreed they wanted dockage. So council put the policy in place to clean this up, that there's no more new docks going in. So those 13 people got a letter saying, you can't now put your dock in. They hadn't put it in yet. This particular lady had 5 years. For 4 years, she hasn't done anything with it. Now she wants another spot over by her home. What Sherry's telling us is the original space is still an agreement there. Council said no more docks, and there's no parking on the street, and she has an accessibility issue. So that's why she said this isn't a suitable place for her. But the motion is this is the one, if the original offer to her for a dock space, that council's asking it be honored. So I don't know if that helps or not. Any other questions or comments?
We just don't know how far away it is, I guess, so maybe whether she wants the original one, it may not be
She
suitable.
doesn't want the original one. She made
No, I know
that
what she
very
wants, a
clear.
new
She
one.
doesn't want what we're offering her here.
No, I know.
She made that clear in the deputation, but that doesn't have anything to do with the motion.
Yeah,
She wants one closer to her, which can't be done.
Yeah.
Because it's already overcrowded, so we're
Yeah.
gonna offer her the original one, which she doesn't want. And she made that very clear with her husband, she can't use that dock space, but that's where it's at. Okay, any questions, other questions? You wanna sum up, Councillor Ashmore?
No, I think it's been said by the deputant that, I don't remember her saying that she would not take that option 2 for the farther one that was offered, but I just think it should be left open. We should, I don't know, we should give this couple the chance to make a decision whether they want the one that's farthest away, at least. I mean, if that's certainly better than no dock at all, no
Yep.
dock space at all. So I would amend that to that if you like, but, you know, to go back to the original.
No, that's what your motion is.
Okay,
It's the
that's fine.
original space. You're covered.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
to have one is a bonus, no matter where you are in the shoreline. I know it's farther away than where she wanted it, but we can't put it where she wants it, right? Unfortunately, but,
And we'll look forward to the next 13 deputants that now, or the other 12 that want to put their docks in the already overcrowded place. But hey, one thing at a time.
yeah, just a point there. It was mentioned about a parking issue. I really don't think there's a parking issue because nobody is parking on Hazel because they can't park on Hazel. But I wasn't sure why that was brought up because nobody's parking on Hazel other than the government docks. So if they
I
know
think just for
what's,
clarification, Counselor, it was just saying because of the disability, there's no parking on Hazel. There's not a parking issue because there's no parking on Hazel. So she won't be able to drive over there to that dock. And I think that was part of one of the rationale why she said that wasn't a suitable space for her any longer.
Okay.
But that's really a non-issue. Any other, so that was a sum up. So everybody's clear on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, motion passes. Okay, thanks, Sherry, appreciate it. You're good, let's take.
Thank you.
Yep, let's take a stretch. I need a bit of a stretch here for 5 or so minutes, and we'll come back and deal with the rest of these reports. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. 7.6, proposed entrance requirements for a proposed ExploreNet Communications Tower site at 892 Cambrai Road. So when we had the deputation regarding, Ian Walker, there you are. Hi, Ian. Thanks for hanging in there. You want to give us an overview on this and maybe just respond to some of the comments from the deputant, if you would. Go ahead.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mayor Latham, to committee members. So in regards to this application, it's an ExploreNet tower proposed at the northwest corner of the property at 892 Cambrai Road. Don't want to go into too much detail other than to just note that through pre-consultation, we had identified issues with their proposed access coming through the city's road right-of-way for Cambrai Road. It's, I understand, where the former road alignment had been prior to the road being realigned a number of years ago. Just touching on a couple of the points that they made. Certainly staff's preference would be to look for them to still seek some sort of approvals through the ministry. In this case, Natural Resources and Forestry deals with the Aggregate Resources Act approvals on the property. The entire north part of this property is zoned for extractive industrial, which does allow for, pit or quarry here. Of course, they do have a buffer requirement to the property boundary. So there were a couple options that could be considered here, whether they could look at working with the ministry to establish a road on the boundary of wherever the future expansion of the pit may come to. So that they're not removing any trees that wouldn't be removed down the road by the expansion of that pit. That may also be to the benefit of the pit operator anyways, if they're removing trees that would be removed, sometime into the future when they do actually expand the pit, but not removing from the buffer. That would be under option 1 in your appendix C. They had touched on the issue of option 2 being the other preferred staff alternative as a direct entrance in accordance with the city's bylaw for entrances. Option 3 then, of course, is the access coming off of the existing driveway servicing 892 Cambrai Road to the pit entrance there, and running within the city road right of way. They had also talked about access coming down from the north to at 1030 Cambrai Road. My understanding of the issue there is there are a couple of wells that the municipality drilled that service some neighboring residential lots. The one concern I think is with accessing through there, there's always the risk that the wells could become contaminated. So it's not necessarily an issue of them driving over top of the wells or something to that nature, but my understanding is the issue is that just the more equipment that's going in and out past there does become a risk of contamination of the wells. So that is partly why that option is not preferred. Likewise, the southern portion of where the road used to run there has renaturalized, and so there would be some significant upgrade works required to do that. Would also require some sort of a licensing option with the city, entering into some sort of an agreement, legal agreement with us to have that access coming in from that existing entrance. So either way, they would have to enter into some form of an agreement, whether they're coming from the northern property down or whether they're coming from the south entrance up. I did provide an option 3B, which would be that if the city is looking at leasing them some sort of access through our existing road right of way, there would also be some consideration perhaps for the landowner there to look at acquiring the former road right of way if the city no longer requires that. That would of course be another application through land management team, which means that you would see Sherry putting a report onto the committee of the whole agenda again sometime in the future if that goes that route. So I think we've outlined the number of options there, kind of provided the pros and cons for each of them. And really, I'll just leave it here to open up any questions that you may have specific to the options available.
Thanks, Ian. So remind me again, I mean, we have a right of way that goes in there. They're talking about a couple of times a year accessing this tower, obviously once it's constructed. Why are we not in favor of just obviously doing what sounds like the simplest thing, I guess. And obviously, they would have to have some kind of an agreement with the city. Why is that a no-go in your opinion?
Well, I will, in this part here, look to defer to a couple other individuals perhaps to speak to that specific matter, but it does create an extra liability on the city. I do know our city solicitor has been involved with the discussions as part of the land management team over this proposed entrance option, which is the 3A option in your package. As well, from Public Works perspective, there are issues in terms of not having a direct access into the property or using an internal roadway. So again, staff preference is, number one, use an internal roadway off an existing entrance if you can. That makes the most sense, certainly. Another option, of course, could be that they look at perhaps relocating the tower somewhere else within that area on the property if they could still find a spot that's suitable, working with the landowner and with the ministry to still find another spot where they can access via the existing entrance or another entrance location. That's also an option. But my understanding is that it creates a bigger legal issue for the city to have this access now coming in. They'd have to probably put down some sort of a temporary road, I understand, to get in there to construct it, and then they would still be accessing it once or twice a year. So I'll have to defer to perhaps the Director of Public Works to speak a bit more on that behalf.
No, that's fine. I'm just looking for some background on, on why that option wasn't workable in your opinion. Councillor Vail, you had a question? Go ahead.
No, actually, I'd like to make a motion if I could.
Go ahead.
I would make the motion that an agreement be entered into to allow ExploreNet to use the old roadway to access the proposed tower location between 1030 and 892 Cambrai Road. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
So that the report be received, what you just said, and that recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration next regular council meeting? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Vail, second. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Ian. And Ian and I have spoken about this before, and I think there's been a lot of staff time spent on this and a lot of time on ExploreNet. And I think at the end of the day, the simplest solution here is there's the old roadway is still there and has been and will have to be maintained because, as Ian alluded to, there's two existing wells on that property that were put in place to replace contaminated wells that happened from the old township of Eldon. Also on that roadway or road allowance, right, and happens right now for whatever maintenance, right, when they realigned the road, the hydro lines were never moved. So Hydro One accesses those hydro lines and poles through there now, currently. We access those wells through there, and I can appreciate staff's concern with contaminating the well, but that's also why I asked the question. So you've got a company that's going to go in to check and maintain a tower, so I'm not sure what they would be carrying that is contaminated once or twice a year. And as far as the condition of the road, if anybody goes up and has a look at it, I've driven from 1030 to 892, the tower location, 4 times since March in my car without issues, with no work being done whatsoever. The area is open, it is wide, there's more than enough room to get around the well locations. This is by far the simplest, easiest solution for everyone.
Councillor Dunn, do you want to speak to it? You second it? No? So what about for construction? Is it an issue for construction of the tower? We keep saying they're going to access it once or twice a year for maintenance, but what about during construction?
As far as construction, they access it the same way. right?
Is that a concern for the road or for the wells or anything? Because obviously they're going to be in there with more than just a car or a pickup truck.
Yeah, I don't believe so, because though right now those wells are right on the edge of a farmer's field, right? That sprays and everything else that they have to do kitty corner to an existing gravel pit.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the motion or questions, clarifications from Ian? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Ian. Appreciate it. Okay, 7.7, listing properties on the Heritage Register. Councillor Vail, you declared a conflict here. You can stay and not contribute, or you can leave if you'd rather do that. Okay. You'll note that Councillor Vail's left the meeting. Thank you. Emily, hello there. Here's your listing of properties on the Heritage Register. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. So this is our standard listing properties on the Heritage Register report. Council has seen this report with different properties quite a number of times. So I won't go into a huge amount of detail. There's a few things I'll just note about the report today. So we have a very large number of properties that have been proposed in this report that you'll see in Appendix A. Usually we bring forward a much smaller list. The reason for the large list today is usually we do 2 reports throughout the year in council. This year we're only bringing 1 forward to council for consideration. We usually bring reports forward in May or June, and then again in October and November. But because October and November is a busy time of year this year with the municipal election, we're only bringing 1 report forward. So that's why we have a larger number of properties. The other thing that I'll note is that we did have a variety of feedback from different owners of properties after we sent out the notices, as we do usually. Most of them were just looking for clarification or asking questions. There were a few owners who objected to their properties being included on the register, and those are noted in the report. And is also noted in the report, staff do not support removing the properties from the list despite the owner objections, because preservation in this way is directed by the provincial planning policy, and listing properties is the least restrictive method of preserving our heritage properties and complying with provincial policy.
Thanks, Emily. So the committee recommended, despite the 3 that are objecting, that they still be included in the listing. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it is council's decision as to whether or not to include those 3 properties on the register. Council makes the final decision on listing.
Thank you. I guess I'm just wondering why you've got 95 properties listed, only 3 are objecting. Why would we not just take the 92 and move forward at this point? I mean, that's a pretty good addition to our list at this point. Why continue? What is your rationale for continuing with the other 3?
The rationale would just be to comply with provincial policy. So we're directed by the provincial policy statement, as well as the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and our own official plan to preserve heritage properties as they're identified and evaluated, which we do through this process. That's the standard staff position on removing properties from the register, to be perfectly honest, unless there's some other rationale for doing so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dunn, you had a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the property for 77 to 83 William Street North. That's the old carpet place, as far as I can tell. When I'm looking at it, and I've been in conversation with the owner. I thought they're going to go through a planning process for how does that affect his deconstruction if in fact he decides to tear it down and build an apartment building?
Yes, that's correct. So I'm aware of those conversations regarding that property as well. So any Planning Act application that would be submitted for that particular property would be required to submit a heritage impact assessment, whether or not it's listed on the Heritage Register or not, in part because it's a historic building and also because of its proximity to downtown Lindsay. So there's a few complicating factors with regard to a Planning Act application for that particular site. Should an application be submitted, to deconstruct that building and put something else in its place, the owner would be allowed to apply for demolition for that property at that time, which council can make a decision on. So if council felt that that site was better served by demolishing that particular property, they could remove it from the register at that time. The owner is aware that the property is proposed for listing and has not objected to it. There's an understanding that any Planning Act application that would be submitted for that site would have a heritage component that would have to be dealt with through the planning process.
Okay.
Well, if he hasn't objected, I'm good.
Sounds good. Councillor Riley?
Just give you a motion that we go ahead with the 92 properties. Save and accept the 3.
So that report, ED 2022-016, listing properties on the Heritage Register be received.
Yeah.
That the proposed addition of non-designated properties listed in Appendix A as amended to remove 1464 Highway 7A Bethany, 17 John Street, Fenland Falls, and 106 Elm Tree Road, Mariposa Township, to the City of Kawartha Lakes Heritage Registry be approved, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next meeting. Moved by Councillor Riley, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Do you want to speak to it?
No, it's fine.
You're good? Okay. What am I waiting for? Turn your mic off. There you go. So I have a question, Emily, just nothing to do with, I'm fine with that motion, but why when we're listing these properties, I notice, you know, that 1045 Portage Road, Eldon Township. There is no more Eldon Township. Like, these are heritage legally registered properties. I mean, is it a legal address? Is the former township of Eldon? Or I'm just curious as to, most of these are listed with, you know, I'm not trying to make mad the folks that have been, you know, living here forever, and I get the understanding, but legally these really aren't, you know, there's no properties with an address at Manvers Township anymore. So I'm just wondering why we're listing them like that in the Heritage Register.
For sure, yeah. So we list our designated properties like that as well. And the reason that we do that is so that the address lines up with the legal description. So for example, the property on Portage Road, in its legal description, it would be identified as being in Eldon Township. This is something that we would do, say, with Planning Act applications as well. They're identified based on the geographic township or the former community. So something in Bobcaygeon would be identified as being in the village of Bobcaygeon, or in the town of Lindsay, in the same way that something would be identified as being in the township of Eldon. We just identified in that way to be consistent with the legal descriptions and also how we would describe them if we were to receive some kind of application for the property.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I have a motion. Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks, Emily. 7.8, Service Club signage. Rebecca Mustard. A little update on Service Club. Quick report. Hi, Rebecca. You want to give us a quick overview on why this is here? Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. So much of this year, Council received a presentation from the Downtown Revitalisation Committee of Council on a really impressive list of downtown projects that were completed by local organisations, volunteers and the municipality over the last 5 years. And 3 projects were identified as outstanding priorities of the action plans, and updates on each of these 3 to come to Council in Q3 of this year, and signage is one of them. But at the same time, 2 Service Club signs in Lindsay were to be removed as they come to the end of their lifespan, and there was concern that their removal without immediate replacement would reduce the awareness of local service clubs. And a recommendation was put forward at that meeting to come back to you in Q2 with a recommended strategy to address service club signage along roadways entering various communities. Now, we really recognise the importance of our local service clubs. And this report speaks to an identified need for a comprehensive coordinated signage strategy, and we're recommending wrapping service club signs into the larger signage initiative that's due back to Council for an update in Q3. This will allow for these signs to be well coordinated and maintained over the long term. But immediately, the report is also proposing that Council agree to a definition of the term service club to define the scope of organisations that would be contemplated in this work, and immediately including Service Club logos on the City of Kawartha Lakes website.
Okay, thank you. Looks like you've got it covered. Questions for Rebecca? Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On your definition of, this council adopts the definition of a service club to mean a not-for-profit corporation or group. Well, I can think of 3 right off the top of my head, not-for-profit corporations or group who have philanthropic principles, but their fraternities or their services is focused on a particular group of people. Masonic lodges, the Legion, Knights of Columbus, those 3 come to my mind right off the top. They have traditionally been on the signs when they come to town, so that when for example, using the Legion as an example, when a veteran comes to town, he knows that he's got a home. Doesn't fall under your, or the way I interpret your definition, I guess, of philanthropic and charitable actions, are they going to be included or excluded?
Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The intent is to capture organizations that are contributing to the community in some way. And so, so long as they are fit the definition of a nonprofit, which a charity would as well, and it looks at addressing the needs. I'm just reading the definition while I'm sitting here. It's addressing the needs of various community service needs in the municipality in some way, which those groups typically do. Then they would fit under the definition that is presented here.
Thank you. I'm good with the report.
You're good with the report? We move it as printed? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Dunn, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any other questions for Rebecca? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Rebecca. 7.9 is artifact policy. Laura Love, Economic Development Officer, Curatorial Services. Hello, Laura. Thanks for hanging in there. You want to give us a 2-minute overview of your report? Go ahead.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As introduced, my name is Laura Love, and I'm the newest member of the Economic Development Team, leading curatorial services for the City of Kawartha Lakes. The report before you outlines the proposed artifact policy. As noted in the policy, artifacts are defined as an object created or produced by humans, a product of human art, craft, or workmanship. The City of Kawartha Lakes actually cares for 300 of these artifacts, and that is just what has been inventoried and recorded so far. As artifacts continue to be inventoried, the artifact count is anticipated to be between 1,500 and 2,000, and hopefully this will continue to grow. This inventory does not, however, include the artifact collection cared for at the Maryborough Lodge Fenelon Falls Museum. The artifact policy is responsible for the municipally owned artifact collection and the future of this collection. It also acknowledges and respects the artifact collection stored, exhibited, and interpreted at Maryborough Lodge Fenelon Falls Museum, carriage of which occurred with the amalgamation to the new municipal structure of Kawartha Lakes, and will continue to work collaboratively with Maryborough Lodge Fenelon Falls Museum Committee of Council. The implementation of this artifact policy is best practice. Because collections are held in trust for the public and are made accessible for the public's benefit, the public expects organizations that hold these collections to maintain the highest legal, ethical, and professional standards. To demonstrate these standards, organizations establish an artifact policy to support its mission and operations and to guide decision-making. While ensuring the highest professional standards in accordance with provincial and federal legislation, this policy also defines the scope of the city's artifact collection, how the collection is made available to the public, outlines our code of ethics, and details where the artifact collection is to be stored. The civic artifact collection, as it stands at the moment, as it grows, celebrates and shares the diverse and vibrant heritage within the City of Kawartha Lakes. And this policy will continue to expand on that work by facilitating the development and management of that collection. This policy was circulated and consulted internally with senior management team, the manager of corporate records and archival services, the manager of economic development, and with 9 museums and heritage societies across the city, including the Maryborough Lodge Fenland Falls Committee of Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Questions, Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some things we've discussed in the past, Laura, when we met, and I want to get some absolute clarification on things, because this policy for artifacts, we talked about where artifacts exist, and they exist in some offices, some buildings the city owns, some other structures. But basically, the only museum that it affects is Maryborough Lodge. Is that not correct? Maryborough Lodge.
That is correct.
Thank you. And when we talked, you know that there were concerns that by the policy being implemented, there was a concern that it would affect Maryborough Lodge's ability to seek and get grants. So we asked for some changes to the policy, and some changes were made. But there are two things that affect Maryborough Lodge. One is the terms of reference as established by council as a committee of council. And then there is this policy that pertains to artifacts. And what I want to be clear on is that Maryborough Lodge has maintained the artifacts to provincial and federal standards insofar as we could. Is that correct? And that this policy would supersede the provincial and federal standards?
This policy, no, through the mayor to you, Councillor Elmsley, the provincial and federal standards for museum collection care would supersede this policy.
Okay.
This policy will follow the guidelines as put forth by the province and by the federal government.
Okay. We did request one other change, and I sent it off to yourself and Manager Rebecca Mustard, and we had asked that the policy acknowledge and respects the unique and important artifact collection that is displayed, interpreted, and stored at the Fenland Falls Museum. In keeping with its mandate as a community museum, the Fenland Falls Museum maintains its own policies consistent with provincial and federal guidelines. The museum employs its own curator to manage its program and manage and interpret its collection. When Manager Mustard wrote me back, she felt that that didn't have any place in the policy, but that it possibly could fit into the terms of reference from council to the to Maryborough Lodge board, which is a committee of council. So I'm wondering if I could ask that there be an addendum to this, that the terms of reference for the committee of council for Maryborough Lodge be updated so that this phraseology goes into that terms of reference. And I wonder if you if you agree with that, or if you think something else should be done. And either yourself, I see Rebecca's on the line as well. So I don't know what, you know, do you think? Go ahead.
Sorry for the delay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the way to look at this is council has established the terms of reference with the Fenland Falls Museum Board, which does outline the responsibilities of pretty much exactly what you've spelled out is already sitting in that terms of reference for that committee of council. What this policy does is speaks directly to how the artifacts themselves are cared for and says for all the collections that belong to the care of the City of Kawartha Lakes at the highest level, this is how we're going to deal with all of them. And this policy also really spells out that there is a special place for what is happening at Maryborough Lodge in the context of this bigger picture of all of the artifacts across the City of Kawartha Lakes. So that the addition that you're wanting to put in, I think, is already captured in the language of the Committee of Council's terms of reference. And that terms of reference also specifies that the artifacts, the policies relating to the artifacts will follow whatever policies this council establishes. And so this effectively is that policy, that high-level policy that Laura and Laura's work, the rest of us as staff and the Committee of Council would follow, and all the other materials that fall out from that in terms of management directives or procedures. Does that answer your question?
It does, yes. And I think you know that our major concern is our ability to receive grants so that we can continue to operate as a hub for the community. While the city does give us about $20,000 a year to operate, our budget is more like $85,000 or $90,000, and the rest is raised locally or through grants or bursaries or other applications that we make. And we just want to make sure that we aren't changing how Maryborough Lodge operates such that it would affect our ability to access those grants. And as I say, when you have a policy and the only real building, and I would say 90% of the artifacts are in that building, it's the only one. It doesn't affect Settlers Village, it doesn't affect the old jail museum, Kirkfield, Kinmount, none of them are affected by it. It is only Maryborough Lodge. So I think it's important that we stress that we don't want to impede their ability to do what they're doing. And I just want to be sure that when this policy is put in place, that we understand and realize that. So, if you're assuring me
Can
that-
somebody offer those assurances to the councillor that we're not taking away the abilities from the Maryborough Lodge, please?
The programming and the work that has been done at Maryborough Lodge, we have talked so much about, and it is incredibly celebrated throughout their community and our team. I don't anticipate any changes with that work.
Okay.
We'll confirm in between now and council, we can double, triple check the work that we've done just to make sure.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question?
Through you to either who can answer. Right now, we have a tremendous amount of inventory. It's all spread around, and we have them in maybe not so good climate-controlled facilities. My question is, are we taking inventory right now? Have we taken inventory of what we have, and are we making sure that artifacts like fabrics and photographs and things like that, are they protected, at least protected right now until we get them a home, or at least retrofit next door? Formerly the old jail museum, now called the Kawartha Lakes Museum and Artifacts, Archive, sorry. I'm just concerned that, and there's always been the concern out there, the inventory that we have, are we looking after it? Because, over time things deteriorate, and people are concerned about some delicate artifacts that may not be, in the greatest of shape.
Okay, are we looking after the artifacts that we currently have? Can you assure the councillor?
Yes, we currently are, and they continue to be inventoried. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we continue to go through the municipal facilities and buildings to continue counting and inventorying the artifact collection that the city owns.
And I assume that's why you're here, right? Exactly.
For the position, yes.
Exactly, thank you. Did you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And just to clarify, so some of the artifacts we don't own. So staff are rightfully suggesting we are inventorying and maintaining city-owned assets. That's inclusive of the artifacts by extension through Maryborough Lodge, for example. We do not own the collection next door in the old jail museum that I think was indicated. That is a private collection that's owned by owned and managed by the Historical Society.
Okay, what do you want to do, council? I think we can do this as recommended, and they'll get the assurances, and if there's anything different between now and council, we'll let Councillor Elmsley know. As printed, Councillor Vail, thank you. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any further questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, appreciate it. 7:10 is a report back on operational support for cultural organizations in Kawartha Lakes. Donna Goodwin. Hi, Donna. Just if you'll give us your quick overview on this report, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say good evening now, Mayor and Council. The report before you provides a report back on operational support for cultural organizations in the municipality. Over the last 18 months, staff have been working to implement actions identified through the Cultural Master Plan to support cultural nonprofits and the arts, culture, and heritage sector in Kawartha Lakes. As outlined in the report, a number of new initiatives, such as the hiring of staff to act as support and resource for the sector, and you just met Laura there, the undertaking of the completion of the Cultural Center feasibility study, which also was on today's agenda, and the actualization of operational support through Building and Property and Realty Services Division, currently being provided annually to cultural organizations in municipal buildings. So staff have shared that the initial concept of graduated operational funding included in the Cultural Master Plan is not possible, and other funding models investigated are not configured in a way to be sort of restricted to only those who have come before council or who have been part of those original discussions. And therefore, staff feel that proposing an operational funding framework for cultural organizations is premature at this time. And the report before you now provides additional information to support that opinion.
Thanks, Donna. Just a report to receive. Any questions for Donna? Need a motion to receive? Councillor Seymour Fagan, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Final questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Donna. Appreciate it. Feral
Thank
Pigs.
you. Have a good evening.
You too. Feral Pigs, 7-Eleven. Kelly Maloney, Economic Development Officer, Agriculture. Hi, Kelly.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
And glad to be here with you. If you all recall, earlier in January, you had a report regarding the potential threat for wild pig populations to be established in Ontario and here in Kawartha Lakes, and with a request to come back with an action plan, and that's the purpose of the report today. It is to address two objectives. Firstly, to prevent an wild breeding population of feral pigs to be established in Kawartha Lakes, and also to remove any animals that may be wild in our environment, either on agricultural land, environmental lands, or elsewhere. And the approach that is being presented is an integral action plan, one that addresses an activity level at the current need, and should the need increase in severity, then the action plan can do that. So the proposed level 1 status that we plan to start with would be just a passive education, public education awareness and information type approach. We retweet information that the province is providing. We can hand out the information flyers that they have developed, and forward through a web page that we would have on the city's website forward people to the appropriate pages and the provincial websites and other sources of information that they can get more information about it. Generally, we're at the stage where if people see wild pigs in the environment, they are to call and report them, and the province can deal with them. With this integral approach, a level 2 would be simply more public communication awareness, potentially more activities in coaching pig owners on through websites or information meetings that we could invite provincial specialists to attend to, just to ensure that that domestic pigs are not being released into the wild, and just a general increase in awareness. And then the level 3, which I do hope that we never get to, would be a scenario where there's actually wild pig population establishment threat, that there would be that many in the environment, at which point we would propose to come back to council. I would envision a move from a level 1 to a level 3 activity level can be addressed at the staff level as needed, but a level 3 action plan would potentially involve costs where the level 1 and level 2 don't. They can be accomplished through our regular programming, and level 3 would definitely be a more serious scenario. So that's the plan that we're proposing. I've consulted with Manager Sloan in municipal law enforcement as well as communications, and we have support of staff on this. So happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? Seems pretty straightforward. Motion is as printed, level 1 response be undertaken. Moved by Councillor Vale, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. 712, Woodville Water Treatment Plant Capacity Assessment. I don't know if Richard Hawley is Juan. I don't have Juan's name on the report, but go ahead, Juan. Give us your overview.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a joint report with myself and planning or engineering staff and planning staff. So I'll start and then pass it on to Richard to wrap up the planning aspect of it. So as a direction of council, staff hired Aqua to do a series of flows tests or stress tests to have a snap point in time of the capacity of the Woodville system. So on the good news is there is a bit of capacity at the Woodville system. We've calculated conservatively to be 60 additional lots for the system to take it up to 80% capacity. Also at the next council meeting, later in 2 weeks, the engineering department is going to bring forth a award for the master servicing plan, which will include a full detailed analysis and modeling of all systems, all water systems throughout the Kawartha Lakes. But in this one, because we know that development activity is good in Woodville right now, the preliminary data showed a conservative amount of 60 additional lots being able to come online within Woodville. And with that, I'll pass it over to Richard for the planning comments.
Thanks, Juan. So currently, Mancini is constructing their Maple Hills Phase 2 subdivision that has a total of 33 lots, and I believe that 11 are currently connected to the system. So of the 60 lots that are allowed to go ahead, we would have to subtract that number from the 60 lots, as they needed to be accounted for in new connections. Mancini has a draft approved plan for 35 lots just to the north of the Phase 2 subdivision. And Mancini also has a total of 22 lots in a deemed plan of subdivision on the south side of King Street, so just south of these two developments. And that would be for 22 lots. There is also a plan of subdivision on the east side of Highway 46, which has lapsed, which was 44 lots in total. So we did a quick exercise to take a look at the number of vacant lots, some consent potential, and some intensification potential. So that would be approximately 15 lots altogether. Now there could be perhaps some of the intensification is no longer desirable, so we could probably knock that down to 10 lots. Or yeah, so essentially, if we take a look at the 60, we add the 22 that have to be accounted for through phase 2 Maple Hill subdivision, brings it down to 38. And when you subtract the 10 for intensification, brings it down to 28 lots of residual development that would be available. That would certainly accommodate the 22 lot subdivision that was deemed on the south side of King Street, but wouldn't be quite enough for the Maple Hills phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? So how do we approve a draft plan if we don't have water capacity allocated? How do we do that? You say the 35 lots are draft plan approved, but we didn't really have the water allocation for them. How do we, are we not, go ahead.
So to answer the question, the approval happened a long time ago, and they've been coming forward with extension requests sort of over the years. It has been a recognized issue in Woodville, but we've still kept on bringing forward the extensions for draft plan to extend draft plan approval.
So 60 lots, good news. Thank you. Question, Councillor Vail, go ahead.
So based on the discussion here today and the discussion we've had, what would be wrong with giving Mancini the go-ahead for phase 3 and forget about the 22 lots on the south side of King? Because the Maple Hills is where he's working right now. We're talking that we've used conservative numbers here to get this built out.
Through the mayor to the councillor, if we're looking at a total of 60 lots, we still have to allocate a number in phase 2, and that, you know, basically the phase 3 development approval has more lots that can be accommodated within those numbers, you know, unless council wants to make a decision to not accommodate some of the unbuilt and vacant lots. But however, in my opinion, we do have to have some capacity left for unbuilt lots because they are entitled to a building permit because they do have the zoning in place. The one thing with the phase 3 subdivision, what I would say is, yes, they have draft plan approval, but because they were approved at a time through the County of Victoria, typically when it was a 2-tiered system, the county would approve the draft plan, and then the local tier would be required to approve the zoning for the subdivision to implement the subdivision. In this case, the zoning has not been put in place yet for phase 3.
So Richard, you made a comment that unless council wants to, whatever, take away intensification or something, since when does council allocate water capacity to lots or developers? Don't we budget for studies and water allocation? Council, I've never seen council get involved in allocating water capacity to specific areas of a town. I'm struggling with that. I mean, I think you've got a study. We approve the extra study. You've got some extra lots. I know it doesn't meet what the councilor's looking for, but it's certainly better news than we had before. Is this not the point where you would go and maybe with the councilor's input and work with the community to figure out the best way to allocate those lots to the benefit? I'm struggling to see that council needs to get involved in that decision. Can you help me out here?
Certainly. So obviously we could accommodate the deemed plan of subdivision. But typically when council approves a draft plan of subdivision, there is also an allocation attached to that draft plan of subdivision. That is how council allocates water and sanitary sewer services.
I understand, but if we've approved the draft plan for 35 lots, and I'm sorry, I don't know what phase 2, 3, 8, 9, whatever. I just see a draft plan approval for 35 lots that I think that's what the councilor's suggesting should be approved. Is that correct? If we've approved the draft plan, then at some point in time, we've approved the capacity. So why wouldn't they get the first, if there's 60 that's available, that brings us up to 80% capacity, why wouldn't they get those first? I know you got to finish the 20 phase 2, but why wouldn't they get the next 35 lots if it's already draft plan approved and nothing else? I know what you're saying, there's some building lots around town, but wouldn't that be sort of the first priority? Because it's already draft plan approved, they should get the allocation now that we know we can confirm that it's available?
Yes, but there's also no zoning on it yet as well. So, I mean, that's part of the issue that would have to then get approved as well.
For you, Mr. Mayor, if I could add something, just some clarity. For the phase 2 subdivision that's currently under construction for Mancini or Mancini Maple Hills, there was, in the planning report, there was a caveat that required the developer of phase 2 to monitor the aquifer, the groundwater, 1 year after the last building permit was issued in phase 2. So we would have to amend that clause or that requirement in that council recommendation or in that council report.
Well, why would we need to do that to Mancini if we've now know that the capacity's there? Wasn't that when we had that sort of supposed unknown water situation in Woodville? And now that we know there's capacity, why would we still ask them to monitor for a year?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. It was that plan of subdivisions was entered into when there was an unknown, but that recommendation still stands. Again, in theory, this report could relieve them of those duties, but that hasn't happened as of yet.
Okay. So what happens now we receive, so we receive this, we're going to receive this report, forward the recommendation to the next council. What happens next? There's obviously an allocation for more lots. So what happens next in the process? Because
so through you, Mr. Mayor, again, this report addresses the past council resolution that was brought forth, which says to do a test and report back on the existing capacity of the system, which has been fulfilled with this report. What council wishes to do with those 60 lots is up for discussion. We can review it and potentially provide input at the next council meeting.
And just to clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, so essentially today, without sort of this study, there's a freeze on sort of development because it's unknown in terms of moving forward. And the strategy has been approve certain developments and then monitor it and sort of implement it very incrementally and slowly. So essentially there has been a freeze because the work hadn't been done. This direction that came forward to staff quantified what the current system could handle. And I think from a positive perspective, we're comfortable that 60 additional connections can be accommodated. And so, as it's been rightfully suggested, there's a number of developments that are concept, have old historic approvals, and some that are advancing. And quite frankly, there's one that's already half built. So the recommendation from staff, this was simply an update to inform council. The next steps to answer the question would be to continue to implement the various private development approvals that are already in place. So the Mancini subdivision phase 2 it's already being built. They're getting building permits. So as they build out, that 60 number will be reduced by the number that wasn't accommodated at this point. Mancini can determine if they want to proceed with phase 3. And as it was mentioned by the directors, there's other processes, zoning, et cetera, that need to be done. But the capacity has been in principle committed. In fact, the committed capacity in Woodville right now likely exceeds 60 units. This is a way to say we can now go forward with 60 quite comfortably. And there'll be additional studies and expansion to the systems over time. So I really think the next step is for the developer, because we're really talking about one that has a number of lands, to regroup with staff and see, based on the 60 units that are available or connections, how they can implement in an appropriate manner moving forward. So that would be phase 2, potentially phase 3, and or portions of the deemed subdivision, depending on how they're planning to move forward.
And would it be appropriate to add to this resolution to receive that we lift the monitoring hold on Mancini for the year, now that we know that there is capacity? Would that be, because, I mean, the director's saying that that's a direction of council, so why don't we lift that now that we know that there is capacity, and that takes that off the books?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so for phase 2, the subdivision agreement requires it. So I would suggest that if you approve this at council, we now have the study in place. It would be an administrative amendment, but if you wanted to clarify and suggest that that condition is fulfilled for clarity, that's an appropriate recommendation.
Surveill's back. Go ahead. Be okay to receive it and that the subdivision agreement be amended to remove the monitoring process hold for
I'll
Mancini?
receive that. When we get to council, I'll have a follow-up motion that will go along with this. But before I get there, I want some, or I would like some assurances. I'd like a conversation or to know what future steps are. Because if you go through that report, we've identified issues, and if we're at a point where we think that the 60 lots, and I'm not going to give my own opinion on this at this stage in the game, is the capacity and the build out of this, then what is the next step? And what timelines are we talking about here? Because we've essentially wasted 20 plus years getting to this point, with all due respect, right? And what's had to go through to get this test done and this proven to this point shouldn't have had to happen either, right? And I'd like some assurances at this stage too, that when proposals come in for this community on a go-forward basis, that this notion, the citywide notion that Woodville has no water and that everything stops right at day one ends, and that staff and everyone is aware that that's no longer acceptable, because this has been going on for 20 years. I saw a project 5 years ago that got killed right off the get-go. The answer was no water, and end of story. We can't even have a discussion about it.
Okay, so the report be received, Woodville Water Treatment Plant Capacity Assessment be received, that the subdivision agreement be amended to, however the wording, to remove the monitoring hold on phase 2, is that correct? And that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. You okay starting with that, and then we'll go from there at council? Moved by Councillor Vail, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any further questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, gentlemen. Request 713, request for bylaws for various regulatory signs in the city of Kawartha Lakes. I don't know if Joe is, there he is. Hello, Joe. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for hanging in there. You've got a couple of reports, so just give us your 2-minute overview on regulatory signs, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This report is just to legitimize signs that are already in the ground. The regulatory signs such as stop signs and speed limit signs. We found that there's some historical in nature where a speed zone or a stop sign exists. I'd like to get a bylaw in place to legitimize them for the sole goal of, so they cannot be challenged in court. And so Public Works is empowered to make any necessary changes to add signs or to move placement to meet the Ontario traffic manual recommendations. Thank you.
So this is basically cleaning up what's already in place, legalizing what's already in place.
Exactly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's considered housekeeping to me. Yeah, for the speed bylaw and stop sign bylaws.
Thank you. Any questions for Joseph? Joe? As printed? Councillor Helmsley will move it as printed. Second. Councillor Dunn? Any questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Joe. Excuse me. 714, consolidated stop control review on various intersections. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. From time to time, I get requests from Public Works where they find an uncontrolled intersection or intersection that has confusing or illogical controls, such as at a T where the stop sign is on the through street. It may make sense for the efficiency of the traffic flow, but usually the volumes are so low that it could be confusing for a new driver to get to approach there. I have done this consolidated stop control review at other times after getting a list from Public Works. And I recommend that we put stops or always stops on uncontrolled intersections that don't have stop signs, and we move stops that do have illogical stop signs. We turn those into always stops. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Dunn?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Joe. I really enjoyed your comment there about illogical stop signs, and I am going to run a quick scenario by you. When they moved Highway 121 to the north, they blocked off where the old 121, and they renamed it Ranchers Road. The stop sign that was at Highway 35, they moved back to the corner. So now what you have is you have Ranchers Road that goes from 121, and it's now got a stop sign on it. It then has a curve, and it's got a second stop sign to stop Ranchers Road from going into Ranchers Road. So if you have time between now and the next council meeting to actually take a look at that, you've got two stop signs right in the middle of the road there's no intersection. So if you can take a look at that one, I would really appreciate it. And aside from that, I have no other comments.
Well, that is
Thank
good. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dunn. I'm not sure if it's in MTO jurisdiction where the stop signs are placed, but it's certainly a candidate for illogical stops, and it should be looked at. And I'll get on that and see what jurisdiction it's in. Thank you.
It's actually funny you say that, because I came through there today for the first time. I had to go to Towall, and I came through there and I came to the stop sign and I stopped and I looked around and it's like, there's nothing there. And I go, this is a strange place for a stop sign. And you just brought it up, and I never thought any more about it, but it doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Councillor Helmsley.
Mr. Mayor, we looked into this several years ago. I think Councillor Strangway, former Councillor Strangway at the time brought it up, and it was determined that it was in MTO area, and they have no interest in removing it, was what we were told several years ago.
Still qualifies as illogical. No worries. Any questions for Joe on the consolidated stop controls? Anybody want to move the recommendation as printed? Councillor Dunn and Helmsley, thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 715, request for speed reduction, Kawartha Lakes 45 Monk Road. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This one is not illogical at all. Councillor Yeo forwarded me a petition from the residents on a section of Monk Road, which I determined was a built-up area and does require some relief from the current 80 zone. Their petition wanted a certain extent, and I've reduced it to just include a dangerous curve and the actual built-up area. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Yeo?
Move as printed.
Moved as printed by Counselor Yo, second by Counselor Seymour Fagan. All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks for those, Joe. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day. 716, cost-sharing upgrade of Kagawan Road. Mr. Adam Found, are you joining us, or is Juan? Adam's there? Okay. Hi, Adam. Thanks for sticking it out with us.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
You
It's been a long meeting, but I've tagged along, it seems.
Well, we appreciate you hanging in there. Hope we're not cutting into your supper time, but maybe you can give us a 2-minute overview of your report, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, that's no problem at all. I think that the report is pretty much self-explanatory, but it is worth going over it a little bit because just so much time has passed since the original council resolution was adopted. So I think, as council is aware, in 2016, council adopted a resolution essentially at the request of local residents in the Kagawan Road area who were really looking to have Kagawan Road, which is a gravel surface, upgraded to a hardtop surface, and that the residents were in fact willing to contribute to the project. And that resolution had their contribution being done through or facilitated by what's known as a local improvement charge, which is done under the Municipal Act. And as I explained in the report, that's proved to be quite cumbersome and in fact unattainable by the proponents of the project. And then for other reasons, as I state in the report, because of so much passage of time, the council resolution really has become inoperable. There really isn't a way for staff to actually implement it. One of the reasons for that is that the resolution does not identify a funding source for the city's contribution. So at the end of the day, the resolution, although we know what the intent is, which is to have the proponents and the city split the cost of the project, the resolution at the end of the day is not operable. So the purpose of this report is to recommend to council a way to still implement the intent of that resolution, and also to then provide council the opportunity to take a different direction if that's what council so wishes. So that's really the summary of it, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to take any questions there might be.
Thanks, Adam. I have a couple of questions. First thing, the council resolution CR 2016-897 be rescinded. We've determined that we don't need to rescind it because that was a local improvement charge. This is a totally separate process that we're going through if council chooses to go this direction. So they're actually two different programs, for lack of a better word. This is kind of a one-off. It's not part of the local improvement charge. So if we're going to rescind a resolution, we have to do a process to rescind it. We've determined here that we don't need to rescind it. So that doesn't need to be part of this resolution. The other thing I just want to ask you, why are we, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, why are we recommending that, why does your report recommend that it be part of the 22 tax-supported capital budget when we've already passed our capital budget? Why? I get what you're saying. I get the process. I mean, it makes sense. I even support it. Where I'm struggling is that your recommendation to take it, you know, our budget's done. Our work plan is complete for staff. And, you know, if you said to me, can you, if we get the community portion of this 50% and it's in the bank by the end of the year, and then the future council includes it in the capital budget for 2023, I'm in. I don't understand why 6 years later, all of a sudden, here we are in June, and we're asking that it be put into the 2022 capital budget, when I'm not a fan of taking things out of reserves unless we have to. And I don't see the need to have to in this case, but go ahead.
Yes, well, through you to you, Mr. Mayor, it's a fair question. I hope I have a good answer for it. One part of the answer is, and it's alluded to in the report there is a concern among staff regarding cost inflation. And so I think as council is aware, we're in a very high inflationary environment right now. And so if this is a commitment that council is prepared to make at this time, then it's the opinion of staff that it'll be best to actually try to go ahead and secure the work through existing contracts. And you'll see that's part of the recommendation there. We believe that will help us avoid unnecessary inflation and costs if again, this indeed is a project that council is committed to. So that's one reason. The other reason the recommendation calls for the project to be part of the 2022 budget is because that's just really a mechanism in order to just get the project on the books. There is no 2023 budget right now. And so if the project is going to be committed to by council in the manner outlined in the report, then it just makes sense that the project be added into the 2022 budget, understanding that projects often take 1.5 to 2 years to be done. And so just because it's part of the 2022 budget doesn't mean it necessarily will occur in 2022. And in fact, many capital projects are not completed within the calendar year for which they're budgeted. So I hope that answers the question.
No, and I mean, that makes sense, but could we not apply that logic to, I guess where I'm struggling is that logic applies to every other road in the municipality that's on our priority list, and we could all pull up roads. This isn't a priority road from a maintenance perspective. We have lots of roads that probably should be resurfaced ahead of this one, but we also have an opportunity to get 50% from the residents on a road that doesn't meet the criteria to resurface. And even if we redid this traffic study, it might barely meet the criteria to resurface, but there's still a lot of roads out there that are much higher on the criteria list from a priority basis that should be done. And I mean, why not use the same logic and say one of those should be done in 2022 to save costs of what it's going to cost to do next year? So I don't need you to answer. I mean, what you said makes perfect sense. I'm just, I'm struggling with the need to, you know, we're saying it probably won't happen in 2022. We're also saying that we want the money in the bank draft, in the bank from the residents, their portion by the end of the year. But what if we commit to that today and then the money doesn't come by the end of the year? Like, why wouldn't we, I'm not understanding the path. I mean, why wouldn't we say they have till the end of the year? If we have a bank draft from them committing to their half, then it automatically goes into the 2023 capital budget for the new council next year. And it's part of that discussion. It's a resolution from council, even if there's no budget. When the budget comes forward, it's part of that budget. And I mean, I think that I could get by. I'm just struggling with the timelines and the logic of why we feel the need to push this forward. So I don't know if you want to comment on that or not, but if not, I completely understand.
I do. No, I do, Mr. Mayor, because if I were in your position, I would ask exactly the same question. Really and actually, I think you, in a way, you've answered your own question, because you started off by noting that this road is unique in the sense that we have a set of residents, proponents of the project, who are willing to step up and pay for half of the costs. That's what sets it apart. And we've heard from them that this is time sensitive to them. We've made it very clear that we don't think it can actually be done in 2022, but we can make it a priority for 2023. And we could do our best to minimize the costs by committing to the project now and securing it through existing contracts. So I hope that really answers your question. You'll see that there's a sunset clause in the recommendations. As you noted, that if the money is not transferred by December 9th, then the project automatically closes. Of course, we would anticipate that the proponents would want to commit the money sooner than that, but there does need to be some kind of sunset date put on there. So I do understand what your concerns in terms of timing, but I believe the recommendation is trying to balance those concerns with trying to secure the commitment from the local proponents.
Yeah, no, that's fine, Adam. And I mean, where I stand. I guess when you say it's a priority for the residents, yeah, it's been a priority. They've been trying to figure this out for 7 years. So a commitment by this council that if they got till the end of the year to come up with their half, we're committed to putting it into next year's budget, I think would go a long way with the residents to say that is a commitment. It's a commitment to put it in this year's budget that's not going to get done anyways. To me, that's what I'm struggling with. So I think we can make a commitment, and if somebody wants to move that, but here, if it's in the 2023 budget, just like it's printed, if the money is in the bank by December 9th, 2022, then it be included in the 2023 capital budget. I'll certainly support it, but other than that, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. But that's just my opinion. Councillor Dunn, you had a question? Go ahead.
Our deputy made it very clear that he doesn't have the money. And yet we can have this same conversation in September based on he doesn't have the money. The money's not there, and yet we're committing to spend money and sign a contract to say we're going to do this road. And the money very well may not be there, or they might say, well, thank you very much, and we get stuck with the entire contract. I'm prepared when the money's in the bank to have this conversation. I just don't know why we're having it in June when the money's not there. And I'll give you your motion.
You're not what?
I said, I'll give you your motion. That if the money's there...
Sorry, as long as the money's there by December 9th, that the project be included in the 2023 capital budget at the 440, right? At the 440,000, 50%. Okay, moved by Councillor Dunn, second. Councillor Ashmore, thank you. Question, Councillor Helmsley?
Just to clarify, he said they have 170,000 of the money that they need. I have no doubt that they're going to find the other 50,000.
Well, I hope you're right. If it's as big a priority as they say it is, then they should. And our commitment to put it in the 2023 capital budget should go a long way. Any other questions or comments on the report? Do you want to sum up? Call the question then. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Adam. Long-term financial plan we did. Annual housing and homelessness plan. Michelle Corley had to leave, but I think our CAO is going to give us a quick update, and that's just a report to be received. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and staff had a conflict, so unfortunately couldn't give you a quick overview. In front of you is the 2021 Housing and Homelessness Plan annual report or update. Staff do this and bring it forward annually, and following council's receipt, staff are obligated to submit it as a progress report to the ministry to meet their legislated requirements. In terms of 2021, I'll just simply say it was quite a year, sort of in this space and all around. It was actually the first full year of managing the pandemic, and so by extension, shifting and changing what was in the housing and homelessness plan and being responsive sort of under that context or environment. Resources were quite strained, and that's staff or otherwise, but I'll just say I commend sort of staff and partners for really delivering where we needed to and shifting and being responsive in the ever-changing environment of last year. So they also still completed the annual enumeration of our homeless population, and that is also outlined in the plan. I'll try to answer any questions that you might have, or I'll certainly take them back to staff, and we'll make sure to have responses for you if needed for the council meeting when it comes forward. Thank you.
Just a report to be received. Any questions for Ron on the report? Councillor Ashmore?
Just on the expanding the home repair and renovation improvement program for homeowners, is that, how much is in that available for the public to apply for? And has that been used up, or I know it's, if you don't have the number, that's fine, but.
You give him an easy question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that figure top of mind. I will make sure to have an answer for you in advance of the council meeting.
Any other questions? Motions to receive? Can I get a mover? Councillor O'Reilly, second by Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? That's passed. Okay, memos. First memo's my memo. It's more or less done on behalf of Councillor O'Reilly and Dunn. On BIA, you saw the correspondence from the BIA. It's pretty self-explanatory. I am going to key up Juan. I think Juan's going to join us. The consultants for the engineering consultants that are doing the design have come up with a different design for the turn lanes, the 3 lanes on the one side, left, straight, and right turn. The old configuration was 2 and 2. You know, the businesses, the BIA, I think these councillors are on the BIA, are hearing, they just kind of want it the way it was. They're having a hard time, the logic of why we need 3 lanes going one direction and only 1 coming the other way. But there's obviously a rationale why that was presented from the consultant. And although my memo is suggesting we just keep it simple the way it was when the top layers put on, go back to the way it was with the 2 and the 2. I'm just going to ask Juan to clarify a little bit. If you can just, I want to hear the other side of it. What is the rationale for why you think the engineering consultants, if it's a safety issue or what it is, Juan, why they're recommending the change in the configuration, just so we have all the info. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this lane configuration was brought up during the EA and during the detailed design public consultation meeting. It's also in line with the parking strategy for Lindsay. It does eliminate 3 parking stalls on Cambridge, but there is a net increase a block away near the fire hall, where we've added more than 3 parking stalls. So overall, the number of parking stalls has increased with this reconstruction with the recommended design configuration. The rationale behind the switching to striping on the lanes is to have the lefts offset each other so that they line up with each other, so there is limited blind movements when a car is in that lane and making a left. They've also separated the shared lanes. So there is a dedicated through, a dedicated left, a dedicated right, and then a receiving lane in the opposite direction, which is mirrored on the opposite side. So it's the consultant's recommendation that this improves traffic flow and increases the safety of that intersection. And also keep in mind, when a consultant does a design for road reconstruction, the matrix to look at isn't just the now, it's also the future growth and the future traffic movements in that corridor. And through the existing transportation master plan, Kent Street is a major corridor within City of Kawartha Lakes. So knowing that there's going to be increased demand 20, 30 years from now, that was the rationale why the lanes were configured as designed. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Any questions for Juan on the rationale or the memo? What do you want to do? Move it? Okay, can I just, if you're going to move it as printed, Councillor O'Reilly, can I just, that the permanent turn lanes be applied to the top coat of asphalt from Cambridge and William onto Russell and onto Kent. Just take out and from Cambridge onto Kent and William onto Kent, so both. So if you just take out those and from Cambridge or from Cambridge, then the rest of it's fine, if you're okay with that. You'll move that? You're a second? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 8.2, memorandum regarding a community safety zone on Highway 7A. Deputy Mayor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. I've been working on this, trying to create some traffic calming in Bethany for a couple of years. And it's, you got to keep poking the bear until you get an answer. This falls under MTO. There's approximately 5,500 cars per day on this. There's no pedestrian protection on either side. There's no fluid sidewalks. The speeding through 7A is at 50 kilometers, and through the 85th percentile, everybody's going over 85 in this 50 zone. So it's becoming a concern. So I reached out to our senior engineering technician, Joe Kelly, and I had many conversations with MTO, and we can go ahead and move to an application to create a community safety zone in Bethany with council's support. So thank you.
Thank you. Will you move the recommendation on the memo? Moved by Deputy Mayor Richardson, second by Councillor Yeo. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 8.3, memorandum regarding speed bumps on Riverview Road in Lindsay. Councillor Dunn, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Riverview has been a constant problem as far as speeding vehicles. We have the bumps or the removable bumps in place. They're here. We have them. It seems like a good opportunity to try them out and see whether or not it has any impact. For those who aren't aware of Riverview, Riverview is directly opposite. It's a road that leads down from the high school. And the kids, they like to use it for speeding to and fro school, avoid King, avoid Queen. Come down Riverview onto Logie and they're in town. For them, it's a shortcut, and it'd be interesting to see whether or not it has an impact. Gives engineering an opportunity to do a study and see whether or not the going forward solution is speed bumps, period, built in. Public Works very publicly will state that they don't like removable speed bumps. They get ripped up by the plows. But we have them, and it's a good opportunity to give it a try and just see what happens. And I'll move the motion as printed.
As printed, Councillor Dunn, second by Councillor O'Reilly. I think they take them up in the winter.
Yeah,
the
they
temporary
do,
ones, so they don't get torn up by the plow.
If they're early or late,
Yeah.
they find that an issue, yeah.
Yeah. So we just won't plow Riverview Road, right?
That'll slow them down too.
All right, moved by Councillor Dunn, second by Councillor O'Reilly. Any questions on the memo? Call the question, all in favor? That's passed. Memorandum regarding mandatory connect fees. Councillor Dunn?
Everybody's had the opportunity to read my memo in full. What we have here is we have a situation of conflicting resolutions from council. We have one resolution where we're keeping mandatory hookups in place, and another one, and not grandfathering them in, and a second resolution where we're grandfathering them in. So it's fallen into not for you, but for me type of situation. I'll bring it up and speak to it at the council meeting, and then I'll be seeking somebody from the prevailing side of the March motion to make a motion that we rescind the motion made in March, and then we can have the discussion and determine whether or not we want to keep that unfair practice in place or whether we want to resolve it once and for all. But for today, it's just to receive, and as I said, I will speak to again at the council meeting.
So you'll move the memo to be received and the memo forwarded to council for consideration?
And then I'll bring up the rest there too. Yes, thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Dunn, second by, it's just to receive, guys, come on. Councillor Vail, thank you. Any questions on that? And I will argue against you on it, because you consistently say it's one way or the other, and I completely disagree. It's not the same thing. Existing lines of service that people are obligated to connect to is very different from a new service that was put in and the construction is gonna disrupt people for many, many years. So we can have that discussion at council for sure, but I don't think it's apples and apples. I think one is a one-off and the other one is a historical connection. So you know where I stand. We'll go from there. But it's a motion to receive. Any questions?
Just as a quick rebuttal,
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, it was Ops and Lindsay. And if you lived in Ops Township, even though the line ran past, it was in Lindsay, and us good old folks in Lindsay wouldn't serve the good old folks in Ops. So they didn't have the option because they didn't live in the right side of the road. So that's also part of the history.
Thank you. So motion to receive, all in favor? That's passed. Memo regarding Mill Pond Bridge, cantilever budget request. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you. On the 12th of May, I met with Director Rojas and Corby Purdy. The reason I met them, I talked about a few other things, Mimi, one of them was, first of all, the bridge is complete. It's awesome. The people love it. And in fact, one of the best things that came out of this bridge came in $150,000 under budget, which was incredible. And it's certainly a testament to the work and diligence of staff that got that under budget, considering all other things going on with construction issues. There's one minor alteration that needs to be done on the cantilever sidewalk, which is beside the bridge itself, where the pedestrians go back and forth. The floor on it is not really conducive to people walking, especially strollers. They can't get across. It's not a major thing, but according to even though we have $150,000 sitting there that's under budget, the director said that he cannot do it himself. He has to have permission, even if it's going to cost $5,000 or if it costs $100. He has to get permission from council to access those funds in that account, even though it's a surplus. There's not asking for any money or anything, extra money. The money's already there. As I said, $150,000 under budget. So what it is a minor adjustment to the surface of the walkway. They're not sure what material they're going to use, but maybe Director Rojas could explain to council what I'm talking about here. So.
Yeah, and I have a few questions. Director Rojas, so will you move the recommendation you have here as printed?
Please.
Does somebody want to second that? Councillor, Deputy Mayor Richardson. I'll get there. I'm hanging in there. Director Rojas, can you give us, I have a couple questions, but you heard the councillor. What's the rationale for the walkway? Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just some clarity, the councillor is correct. We are under budget. It's around 150,000. It's probably a little bit more. We still have to do the accounting, so we don't get it to the penny, but we definitely have $150,000 or more in that project. So the reason why we have to come to council, it's not the dollar value, it's a change of scope. So the original scope in the tender had an open or a mesh grate on the bridge. Couple reasons for that. One is usually our sidewalks or our trails are sloped away, so they have positive drainage away from, towards the ditch or away from that platform. On a cantilever bridge, it's obviously level. So in order to improve drainage and limit freezing, it's typical to put a open grate on a cantilever bridge. Other bridges where the sidewalk is part of the deck, it's sloped towards the curb line to a catch basin and drains out. So it's very common for a cantilever style pedestrian walkway to be open graded. So that's really the main reason. Not a big deal if we want to put a plastic composite platform on it. We'll leave gaps so that it will drain. The only tweaking I would ask or consideration I would ask from council is the report sort of suggests to single source it to the existing contractor. They may or may not want to do it. The existing contractor obviously is a bridge construction contractor. It may not be worth their while to come back just to do some decking. Again, they may, but if council could give staff the flexibility of, in addition to the existing contractor, to also just go to competitive bids or quotations for maybe a landscape contractor, then that will save us time. But that's sort of my overview.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. So this is the same type of, I don't know what you call it, mesh. It's not really mesh. I went out and looked at it. It's the same type of bridge that's under the Wellington Street Bridge. We put a new walkway in under there. I'm going to assume that one gets used a whole lot more than the one in Omemee does by pedestrians. So is that the same construction as the one under the Wellington Street Bridge?
Correct. I believe it was different contractors, but the material is the same. The one under the Wellington Street Bridge is part of the Scugog Trail System that's managed by Community Services. I believe that was built a few years back.
Okay, and I completely acknowledge that somebody with a small dog or a stroller might, certainly not going to fall through. The dog might, but the stroller won't. You know, but I think when you talk about putting a composite surface on it with gaps for drainage, I'm not sure you're going to solve the problem of somebody with a stroller is going to be going over these bumps, or a dog is still going to have a gap. I guess where I'm struggling a little bit, and I'm not sure I can support this is a bridge that was rebuilt. The previous bridge didn't have a walkway at all, correct?
That's correct. There was a single lane with no walkway. Through public consultation, they wanted a cantilever walkway and remain a single lane.
So we've got the single lane bridge and we have a walkway. So, you know, somebody shows up with a little dog or a stroller, what's to prevent them from walking across the single lane bridge like they probably did for the previous 50 years? I'm just concerned we're going to do something to try and make this easier for a few people, and we're going to create a liability from a drainage perspective that is really not what the design of the bridge was for, or I'm assuming you would have done it in the first place. I don't know. I just wonder if we're reaching a little bit more than we need to do here, and we should just leave it as it is, just from a safety perspective. But just my opinion. People have been walking across the bridge for how long? And now there's a walkway, which is awesome. 99% of the people will be able to utilize that walkway, and if somebody has a small dog or something, you know, walk across the road. It's not that long a bridge. You get good visibility. I mean, you can see if any cars are coming. So I don't know. Just my comments. Any other questions or comments on the motion? So are you okay amending the motion then, Ron, that through either a single source of the existing contractor or competitive bid for local contractors? Does that do it, Juan? Does that give you the flexibility?
I believe so. Again, our first option is to go to the existing contractor because the bridge is still under warranty. But again, if they're busy, and we've been seeing a lot of contractors are busy, we just want to have the opportunity to reach out to a local landscaper to put it in. Again, it's a relatively low cost. If the decking doesn't work, we can always rip it out. It's just a matter of, I guess, comfort level for those residents.
So that staff be authorized to change the scope of work either through a single source of the existing contractor or a competitive purchasing process with local contractors for the Omemee Mill Pond Bridge to include upgrades to the pedestrian deck. Are you okay with that amendment?
That's fine, thank you. Yeah.
And who seconded it? Deputy Mayor Richardson. So you're okay with that? All right. You got that? Okay. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, just if they're going to rip out that really expensive composite deck, you can call me first. I'll come and do it for free.
There is no oh, if they take it out after putting it in, yeah. Yeah, I could use it myself. Any other questions? Everybody's clear on the motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Juan. Speed concerns on Kawartha Lakes 45, Kawartha Lakes Road 45, Seabright. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We passed a continuation of this 60 zone from Seabright through to Young Lake today. And so this summer, staff is kind of committed to studying the stop sign at Seabright because we have everybody flying through Seabright beyond the 60 and really endangering school kids and everybody at that intersection. So hopefully what we pass today will help the problem, but we still want to look at this intersection because it's even the OPP to fly through there because headquarters is in Aurelia, and I guess people it's a long drive, so they lose track how fast they're going. So I hope you support me in this memo and just to see if the warrants are there. Thank you.
You'll move it as printed? Thank you. Second by Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any questions? All in favor? And that's passed. 8.7 is a memorandum regarding off-road vehicles on Highway 35. Go ahead, Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, and so this, do you want me to read it? Or?
No, you just give us an overview of it, why you're requesting it.
Okay. In the northern part of the city, ATVs are allowed to use the roads to get themselves to the trail system. And the problem is that our main streets in Coboconk and Norland are Highway 35, a provincial highway. So I'd like staff to approach the provincial government to inquire about amending the Highway Traffic Act to allow the ATVs to get through Coboconk and Norland, access the gas station on the way kind of thing. The Highway Traffic Act currently allows ATVs on Highway 35 through Minden and various areas up there, Dorset. So it's not new to Highway 35. I'm just asking them to allow Coboconk and Norland to be included in that, in those, on Highway 35. Thank you.
So recognizing that MTO will have to approve it. Yeah, we're just going to inquire. Okay. You'll move that as printed? Thank you. You'll second that, Councillor Seymour Fagan. Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
43 North Line Road?
Highway 35
Highway 40
from Kawartha Lakes Road 43
Yes,
north?
it is North Line Road, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
not legally.
Any questions on the request, the memo? Call the question, all in favor? That's passed. We did short-term rentals. Motion to adjourn, thank goodness. Councillor Dunn, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? That's passed. Thanks, folks. Thanks for hanging in there. Long day, but a good one. And we'll see you on the 21st of June. Council, have a good evening.